join the video? Ah, はい、こんにちは、皆さん。私はマット・フランクです。すいません。日本語はあまり話せません。すいません。I don't speak very much Japanese, but my name is Matt Frank. And I'm here to do a live drawing for everyone. Again, I very much wish I spoke Japanese, but unfortunately, I don't speak as much as I'd like to. I can say a lot of, I can say a lot of kaiju names like Gojira, Mosura, and quite a few others. And please forgive me, but I'm also a little bit nervous because this is a very, very big deal. It's very important to me. I'm also very excited. So I'm a little jittery, a little shaky, but I figured for a few moments, we could begin by maybe talking to a couple of questions from the chat.
Well, of course, one of the big ones is, how did you get into doing this?
I became a kaiju artist, not just a kaiju artist, but a kaiju fan, kaiju otaku, when I was pretty young, watching early Godzilla movies, or watching Godzilla movies when I was very young, like The Return of Godzilla from 1984, and Godzilla versus the Sea Monster, which is the, what is it, Gojira Mosura Ebira? That was one of my first Godzilla movies. But I became an artist mostly because I wanted to make comics. I wanted to make manga specifically, and I made that decision in, I'd say, high school. That made my parents a little bit nervous because they're like, oh, I don't know if you should, I don't know about this, but I'm very fortunate that I've been able to parlay that into a career as an artist, especially as a kaiju artist, because kaiju are like my favorite thing. As you can see, I already have, look at him, singular point anguirus. I'm really excited about this guy. And I also got this today. This is show you what a big fan I am. It's the Godzilla History of Formative Arts, 1954 to 2016. Ooh, this thing is like a phone book. So I highly recommend this. So that's the first question. We want to ask another question.
Let's see.
Also, my assistant Caston is here reading questions to me.
Hi, I'm Caston. So if you have a question in the chat, just post it to me and I'll get to as many of them as I can.
Yeah.
What is your favorite kaiju?
My favorite kaiju? That's an interesting question. I really like, aside from Gojira and Godzilla and King Kong, and well, some others that are from other movies, but I really like Baran, Daikaiju Baran, Varan, as he's known in America. He's like a flying swirl kaiju. I love him so much. He's delightful. Design. The original suit was built by Keizo Murase. Murase Keizo, who is a great suit actor, and I've been able to meet him a couple of times, so I'm very happy about that.
Okay, thank you. Let me translate that for you.
Okay.
マットさんの一番好きな怪獣に関した質問なんですけど、大怪獣バランが多分ゴジラとキングコング以外のメジャーどころ以外なら一番好きかなと申していまして、でスーツ造形をした、村瀬慶三さんともご知り合いで何度か会ったことがあるともしております。
And I suppose we'll go ahead and get started on the drawing.
今から絵を描きたいと思っています。
A question I've gotten twice, if you want to answer that while we're setting this up, is what recommendations can you give people who want to do this?
I would say that recommendations I would say is don't just draw kaiju. Please learn to draw other things besides kaiju. There are many things in the while kaiju are great and very important, they're not the most important thing. It is very important to learn to draw many kinds of things because I'm just trying to think, because it's very fundamentally important to learning how to draw, is to draw lots of different stuff, do life drawing, learn to draw anatomy, learn to draw cars and buildings and lots of different, have a wide variety of things you're able to draw, and that will make the stuff you really want to draw better.
Well, first, where are we drawing first?
Sumimasen, sorry. Ruby-san, do you want to translate that, or should I just move forward?
こういう仕事をしたいという人に主に漫画やアメコミを描きたいという方に、アドバイスがあるかという質問に対しての答えなんですけど、怪獣だけを描くな。で、怪獣だけ描いてもどうしても足りない部分が出てきちゃうんで、やはりちゃんとさまざまな動物から、車や建物といった無機物まで全部描いて基礎を学習する必要があるので、怪獣が好きでも怪獣以外もちゃんと描くべきというアドバイスでした。
So the first thing I'm going to draw is, as I've started drawing, it's a little difficult to see because of the harsh lighting I have, but once I start inking it, it will become more apparent, is I'm going to be drawing an image inspired by the new amekomi, Godzilla in Hell, Godzilla in Hell, which was a comic by IDW Publishing, which will be released by Phase 6 in Japan and will be available at the Godzilla store and Kinokuniya and other stores.
まず一番最初に描く絵は、IDW よりもともと出版されてたアメコミで、今度ゴジラストアや各書店でも発売予定の、ゴジラインヘル、翻訳版はフェイス6からの発売となるんですけど、まずそちらにインスパイアされた絵を描きたいと思っております。
And the comic story, just to inform our fans, is that will be about it. The story is a series. It's a series of it's like an anthology about what if Godzilla literally went to hell, went to the underworld, went to the afterlife. Which is a very scary but also very cool idea. Kowai to kakui. And I'm drawing an image kind of inspired by that, especially the works of Bob Eggleton and James Stokoe, who both worked on the comic and have a lot of really cool images in it.
でコミックの内容なんですけど、名前でも分かる通りゴジラが地獄に落ちて、でそこでいろんなことに巻き込まれていくという、アンソロジー作品ですね。で今から描くのがそのゴジラインヘルにインスパイアされた絵でして、ゴジラインヘルを描いたボブ・エグルトンさんや、ジェームス・ストーコーさんのような感じの描いたゴジラのようなものを描きたいと思っています。
Great. Well, I guess I'll take another question from the chat.
Ender asks, what really keeps your passion burning for doing this?
Nubi-san, did you want to translate the question first before I answer it?
質問が来まして、このような仕事を続ける熱意はどこから手に入れるのかという質問です。
To answer the question, I would say a large part of it, of what keeps my passion going, is sometimes it's pure survival because I have to be able to keep working in order to do my job. But I would say a nicer way to put it is that I am simply I'm driven to do it because it is what I love to do. But sometimes you do have to take breaks from it. You have to do other things, which is something I haven't had a whole lot of time for recently. I haven't had a whole lot of time to take breaks, unfortunately. But those breaks are important. Don't be like me. Take breaks. Take time to yourself. Play video games and watch kaiju movies.
えっと、この仕事ははっきり言うとサバイバルみたいなもんなので、毎日がいっぱいいっぱいなんですけど、もちろんこうして好きなものに取り掛かれるということやでなんとか仕事して生きてるんですけど、やっぱり結局一番大事なのは休憩を取ることですね。で、残念ながらマットさんは休憩あんまり最近取れてないんですけど、そのようにはなっちゃダメだって、ちゃんと休憩を取ってゲームやったり怪獣映画見たりして間で息をつくことが大事です。
Okay. We got another question?
Yes. Nico Stud asks, any news on the continuation of the Red Man comics?
Well, I don't know if I can talk too much about that since this is a Gojira stream, but we're talking about it. Talking about it a little bit. Ruby, do you think we can translate that or should we just move on?
質問がですね、マットさんが今まで取り掛かっていた、赤いあいつのアメコミがあるんですけど、それの新作の続報とかないのかという質問に対しての答えで、いろいろ話してるとだけ言っておきます。
Okay. You got another question?
Do you have any special memories with Godzilla? Asked Aaron Suarez.
Go ahead, Ruby.
ゴジラとの特別な思い出はありますか？
I think one of my most favorite memories was when I was a child. I went to a restaurant with my parents, and there was a surprise, they said, at the restaurant, and I got there. I was very, very young. I can't remember how old I was, but I got there and there was a giant inflatable Godzilla, the sort of thing that's normally reserved for car dealership promotions, was in the playground in the back of the restaurant. And I remembered sitting underneath Godzilla because you felt like that was what his true size was to me as a child. And that was very special to me. That's a very special memory.
一番特別な思い出の一つはですね、かなり幼い頃にですね、レストランに行った時、誕生日だったんですね。で、親が特別にお店の人と相談して、もともと展示用だったゴジラの模型品大きいのがあって、それを、用意してくれた。で、その下に潜り込んだりしてものすごく大きく感じたという思い出があります。
Do you plan on going to Anime Matsuri this year?
I guess this is an official announcement as any. Go ahead, Ruby. Sorry. The Anime Matsuri is a convention in Houston.
今年はヒューストンでアニメ祭りというコンベンションが開かれるんですけど、そちらに行く予定あるかという質問です。
And the answer is yes. I'm currently planning on going. I'm discussing it with the showrunners because Anime Matsuri is going to have an official Godzilla store, Gojira store pop-up.
行く予定は今のところあります。で、今相談中ですけど、アニメ祭りにゴジラストア公式の出店があるので、そちらに参加する予定です。
You got another question?
Yes. Which kaiju is the easiest to draw?
Gojira.
一番描きやすい怪獣はどれかという質問で、ゴジラです。
It's because I've drawn him so many times. he's become the most comfortable for me to draw.
もう何度も描いてるものなので、もう完全に慣れてしまってるので描きやすいです。
Are you watching Godzilla Singular Point?
I am seeing a little bit of it. I'm seeing a little bit of it. I'm very excited to watch it when it's officially released on Netflix in America on June 24th. But I know a little bit about what happens in it, and it's very interesting. It's very exciting. The plot sounds just very, very, very interesting. And I really like what they're doing with the kaiju as well. I think the kaiju are handled very creatively. I really want to know more about it, and I want to buy all the toys too.
ゴジラ SP は見てるかという質問に対しての答えですね。アメリカでの英訳版配信はまだなんですけど、とりあえず見てます。で、まだその英訳というか英語普及外版ないし字幕版はまだなので内容はよくわからないのですが、読み取れる限りではとても興味深くて、怪獣のアレンジとかもすごい好きで、出てくるおもちゃも全部欲しいと申しております。
Actually, maybe I can grab one without knocking the camera. Speaking of Singular Point, I showed it earlier, but I wanted to show it off again because I got the Singular Point Angiras today, and I love him very much. He's a very cool design, so I'm very happy with him. We have another question? Oh, okay. Sorry.
What are your thoughts on fan-made Godzilla comics and manga?
Fan-made Godzilla content. Well, considering that's really how I got started, I think that it's really cool to see the creativity on display of a lot of fans who want to make their own stories based on Godzilla content. I mean, that's really how I got started. I got started being a fan of Gojira and making Godzilla content on the internet, and that was that was what had sort of helped me build an audience and a following, and I love seeing what other people can do with it. I especially love seeing some of the stuff on YouTube, because sometimes people they'll just really funny creative. There's some very funny videos on YouTube with made by fans, so I love it.
ゴジラのファンメイド、要は二次創作のコミックなのにはどういう思いがあるかという質問に対して、そもそも自分が二次創作、ファンメイドのコミックで、活動を始めたようなものなので、とても大好きで、ファンの皆さんが作る作品がとても面白いと思っており、中には YouTube で配信してる動画などもとてもいいものがあるので、面白がって見せてもらってますというこのことです。
Sometimes, what I will say is sometimes the fans are where a lot of studios will find new talent to make their new products, make their new content. But what I will say is kind of like I said earlier, if you really want to be a great artist, being a fan, being a huge fan, daiotaku isn't enough. You have to really expand your horizons and look at other things, outside things for inspiration. That will make the work you really want to do even better.
こちらのファンメイド活動、二次創作活動もいいのですけど、やはりオタクとしてさらに強くなるためには、その先に行ってさまざまな箇所にも目を向ける必要があると考えております。
How old were you when you got into art?
Well, I was pretty young when I realized I really liked drawing, but I don't think that's I don't think that's unique or special because a lot of kids like to draw because drawing is something fun you can do with your hands and it keeps you out of trouble. It keeps you from getting into trouble, as I've often said. But I truly started drawing very passionately when I think I was in elementary school, primary school, however you want to say it. And but then I decided I wanted to have a career in drawing when I was in high school.
絵を描き始めたのはいつからという質問に対しての答えですけど、もう物心ついた頃から絵自体を描いてるんですけど、子供時代がもうそもそも絵をよく描くので、ちゃんと絵を描き始めたかとなると、多分小学校1年生ぐらいの頃で、これは本気で真剣に仕事にしていこうと考えたのは高校生ぐらいの頃ですね。
Do you play any of the Godzilla games?
Oh yes. Oh yes. I played a lot of the Godzilla games like Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee and Godzilla Save the Earth. These were games for the GameCube and the PlayStation 2 and Xbox and the Wii. I loved those games. Of course, I played the older games like for the Famicom, and I even have some Japanese video game systems so I can play Japanese Godzilla games like for the Dreamcast. So yes, I play a lot of Godzilla games.
ゴジラのゲームは遊んだことあるかという質問で、もちろんある。で、特に遊んだのは、海外で出たゲームキューブ、Xbox Wii で出た、ゴジラの格闘ゲーム3部作あるんですけど、それとか、あとは古いゲームでファミコンやドリームキャストで出たのも遊んでて、だからゴジラのゲームを遊ぶためにわざわざ日本版のその機種を買ったぐらいです。
If you draw digitally, do you have a recommended software, program, or tools that you use?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Ruby-san. Sorry.
デジタルで絵を描くときはどういうソフトウェアがおすすめですか？
I do both. I prefer to draw with physically with pen and ink because it's more comfortable. For that to hold on, I have to wait for that to focus. There we go. I prefer to draw physically because it's just more comfortable. But yeah, digitally. Sometimes I do digitally. Just stuff like Photoshop, but Procreate also is apparently a very good tool, and it's called Procreate. And a couple things like that. So yeah, Photoshop, Procreate. Get yourself a Wacom tablet, things like that.
基本的にはなるべくアナログで書くことの方が多い。まあもちろんそっちの方が慣れてるからというで書きやすいというのもあるんですけど、デジタルで書くこともあるで、ソフトウェアはPhotoshop やProcreate などがおすすめで、タブレットとか使って書くのがいいということです。
Next question.
Okay. What version of Godzilla's character is your favorite?
どのゴジラ、どれ版ゴジラって言った方がいいんですかね、が好きなんでしょうか。
That's a very difficult question because there are so many that I love. It's funny because I can just take out this book and I like all of them for different reasons. I love the 1968 Godzilla. I love the Soko Geki Goji. Wait, where is it? There he is. I love Gojira, Mire Goji, Godzilla 2000. The SOS Goji. There's a lot. Kiryu Goji. There's a lot of. It's very hard to choose.
どのゴジラも好きなので難しい質問で、もちろん68年版ゴジラや総攻撃ゴジラ、ミレゴジと SOS ゴジラ まあ、あげればキリがなくて、まあ、基本的にどのゴジラも好きです。
Thank you. Go ahead. Next one.
We have a comment more than a question. Hello, Mr. Frank. Me and my brother are both 14 years old, and we grew up on your Godzilla and Red Men comics, and you've been a heavy inspiration. Thank you.
It makes me very happy to hear that.
質問というよりコメントなんですけど、こんにちは、マット・フランクさん。私と兄弟揃って14歳なんですけど、あなたのゴジラやレッドマンのコミックを読んで育ってきました。
It makes me very emotional to read messages like that. Thank you very much. That means a lot.
そういうコメントを
ありがとうございます。
読むととても心が温まります。ありがとうございます。
Silly question. If you were to have Godzilla as a roommate, what rules would you set for him?
質問で、ゴジラとシェアハウス、ゴジラをルームメイトに迎えた場合はどういうルールを決めるか。
It's very silly. What rules would I set for him? Don't give me radiation poisoning, or maybe just maybe very simple things like please take out the trash. Please kill all the kamakuras that are in the bathroom because they're eating our towels, and my leg.
まあルールと言われれば、まあ放射能をまき散らさないでくれとか、あとはもっとシンプルな場合は、ちゃんとゴミ出しをしてくれとか、トイレに侵入したカマキラスをちゃんと殺してくれとかですかね。
That one might be a little lost on our Japanese friends because it's a very American style question. But yeah, I'm referring to one.
Any crossovers you would like to see?
Oh, there's some obvious ones. Okay, go ahead, Ruby. Sorry.
質問で、ぜひ見てみたいクロスオーバーものとかありますか？
With Godzilla, I'd like to see Godzilla go back to the Marvel universe, since he is canon to the Marvel. He is in the Marvel universe. There was the old Godzilla comics from Marvel in the 70s. I really want him to go back and check in on the current Marvel universe.
今思いつくのだとマーベルとクロスオーバーしてほしいというか、もともとマーベルが一時的に権利を保持してて、一応あの世界ではゴジラがいるという設定なので、またクロスオーバーしてほしいなと思ってます。
Two questions I'm going to combine together in the same category. One, do you like the NES Godzilla creepypasta? And two, which is your favorite Godzilla game?
The creepypasta, that's a fan-made. Oh, sorry.
2つ似たような質問があったんですけど、1つ目は NES 版ゴジラの都市伝説があるんですけど、それについてどう思うかのと、What's the second question again?
What's my favorite Godzilla game?
一番好きなゴジラのゲームは何でしょうかというものです。
The creepypasta is really funny. It's like a for those who don't know, it's like somebody made a kind of a spooky ghost style story out of a haunted Godzilla Famicom NES cartridge. I think it's very enjoyable. But then at a certain point, I think it becomes a little unbelievable because then like the cartridge has like a demon in it that's going to kill this person playing, and I feel like that's becomes less believable. But it is fun. I do like it, and I'll wait for you to translate that.
知らない人に説明すると、NES 版あるいはファミコン版ゴジラ の都市伝説で、カートリッジに何かが潜んでるという都市伝説があって、とても面白いと思うんですけど、さすがに現実味はなさすぎて信じてはいないけど、まあでも面白いので楽しませていただいてる。
And then the second part of the second question was, what is my favorite Godzilla video game? And that's very difficult. I grew up playing Gojira, Godzilla, Monster of Monsters for the NES. But my favorite is probably Godzilla Save the Earth. I'm not sure what the Japanese title is, but Save the Earth is a really cool Godzilla fighting game for the PlayStation 2, and they took the GameCube version and they just added more monsters.
ゴジラのゲームで好きなもの多くてですね、NES 版ゴジラも遊んで育ってきたんですけど、多分一番好きなのを聞かれると、PS2 で出たゴジラの格ゲーあるんですけど、海外では、格闘ゲーム3部作のうちの2作目で、日本でも確かゴジラ大乱闘のような名前で発売されたものですけど、それが一番好きです。
There's a really cool commercial on YouTube in Japanese, where a little kid is like, "Yeah, Gojira!" It's just very cool. Okay, go ahead.
Which Godzilla-related project did you enjoy being a part of the most?
Sorry. どのゴジラ関連の仕事が一番関わって嬉しかったですか？
That is extremely difficult. Most recently, one of my favorites has been this. Gojiham-kun. This was a lot of fun. This was very fun. And I also, that's the most recent one I think I've enjoyed the most.
とても難しい質問ですけど、決めるのが難しいので、ただ一番最近だと、今見せたようなゴジハムくんの仕事が一番楽しかったです。
Comment. Hi, Matt. An old face from the past here, Alex Trapp. It's been amazing to see where your career has gone. Proud of everything you've done.
Aww. That means, you know what? I think I might know who that is. I'm just thinking like, oh, that's so sweet. I'm like, wait a minute, but that's okay. I'll figure it out later. But I think I know who that is, and boy, if that is who I think it is, that is a blast from the past. Sorry, Ruby, I got a little swept up there.
コメントでして、だいぶ昔に知り合った方なんですけど、こんだけ成長してとても誇らしいというコメントにマットさん心当たりがあるらしくて、自分の記憶が正しければとても嬉しいコメントです。
Okay, great. Go ahead.
As an artist, what do you think of the kaiju designs for Singular Point?
ゴジラ SP の怪獣デザインはアーティスト目線的にはどう思いますか？
I think they're really very interesting. I think they're very creative. I think the Angiras design looks like something that I would have designed, so that's why I like it a lot. And I think that the Manda design as well is very creative and very cool. So I like them a lot.
とても面白い、とても興味深くて、とてもクリエイティブなデザインだと思って、特にアンギラスは多分自分が思いついたようなデザインをしているので気に入ってて、マンダのデザインも好きです。
If you had total control and an unlimited budget, what would you do with the Monsterverse?
もしマットさんに、無限の資金があって、何でもできたらモンスターバースをどうしますか？
Well, if I could do what I wanted to, I would get Japanese. I would get Japanese effects artists and give them an unlimited budget and say, okay, here, make the coolest rubber suit tokusatsu Godzilla movie ever with this a bunch of money. But I don't think that would be in the MonsterVerse though. So that'll be part one. Ruby, you can go ahead and translate that, and I can do part
もし
two.
無限の資金があったら、とりあえず日本の特撮に関わった、特撮業界の人たちにその資金を渡して、ちゃんとした特撮で、ゴジラの映画を作ってくれと頼むと思います。
Okay. Sorry, we're just we're good. Okay, so next. Oh yes, in the second part two. But if I were to do a MonsterVerse movie, well, the first thing I really want to see is I want them to take the original concept of King Kong Tai Frankenstein, King Kong versus Frankenstein, that Willis O'Brien created, that eventually became King Kong versus Godzilla, and I want to see them do something with that. Because I think that there's the MonsterVerse version of Kong, it has a lot of potential.
ただモンスターバースに絞るのなら、もともとキングコング対ゴジラになる前、コンセプト段階ではキングコング対フランケンシュタインというものがあって、それを蘇らしてそれをモンスターバースでやりたいですね。特にモンスターバース版のコングはとてもポテンシャルがあるのでもっと使いたいです。
Do you think we are going through a Neo Kaiju era with Godzilla and Ultraman getting new films and series?
ウルトラマンやゴジラに新シリーズが最近増えてきたことで、今新世代の怪獣ブームが来てると思いますか
？So I think that yes, we are in a very interesting new era for kaiju movies. I'm very curious to see what happens next. Personally, I want to see more Japanese projects. I want to see Toho make a new Godzilla movie. With maybe a little more tokusatsu, but that's because I'm a kaiju otaku, so I want to go back to rubber suit Kigurumi kaiju.
そうですね。今は興味深い、新しい怪獣の世代に入ったと思いますが、個人的にはもっと日本製の、怪獣映画が見たいと思っていまして、特に、東宝さんにまた特撮の、怪獣映画を作ってほしいと、ゴム製の、スーツをちゃんと使った怪獣オタク的には見たいなと思っております。
Have you ever messed up with ink before? If so, how do you fix it?
インクでの失敗談はありますか？あるなら、おすすめの直し方はありますか
？When it comes to ink, yes, I've messed up many times. Sometimes you can fix it just by slightly changing the line work or making some small adjustments. Sometimes that's possible. Other times it's not possible at all. And you either have to, when I was younger, I'd have to use whiteout to white out a whiteout, like just this white paint to kind of white out the mistake. But nowadays with Photoshop, it's relatively easy to fix an inking mistake. So you just scan it and you just fix it digitally.
インクでの失敗談ならたくさんあります。で、細かい失敗なら微調整でなんとかできるんですが、どうしようもできない失敗もいっぱいあります。で、若い頃は、白いインクのような、修正器を使って無理くりごまかしてたんですけど、最近は Photoshop のおかげで、比較的簡単に修正できるようになりました。
And give us just a second. Okay.
It was a question of how much did you like Godzilla Final Wars?
ゴジラファイナルウォーズはどのぐらい好きですか？
I think Final Wars is very very fun. I think it's a fun movie. It's a little it's a little crazy. It was actually it was it was my wife's favorite Godzilla movie, and then we watched it recently, and she's like, "Oh, this may not be as good as I remember it, but it's fun. It's a fun, very very silly, very fun, and crazy, I guess I could say."
楽しい映画だと思います。とても混沌としてて、マットの奥さんの一番好きな映画だったのですけど、最近また見たらなんかちょっと奥さんの評価が下がってたらしいんですけど、でもそれでもまあとても楽しい映画なんで、混沌としてて、好きです。
What are your thoughts on the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla?
ハンナ・バーベラ版の、昔アメリカで作られたゴジラの、アニメーションについてはどう思ってますか？
I think that that's a big part of my childhood. I really like the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla, just because it's so. It was very creative for its time, and I really appreciated that. So I thought it's very nostalgic for me. It's very natsukashi for me. So, but it is like. It's hard to have criticism towards it because it just doesn't seem to have very high. Well, no, it was actually very ambitious. I'm gonna take that back. I think it's better than people think it is. You know what? I'm walking it all back.
子供の頃見てたのね、大事な思い出の一つでして、ハンナ・バーベラ版は、とても興味深い方向に行ってたので、とてもまあ挑戦的な作品だったとも思います。
And I think we're going to do one more question.
All right. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Shin Ultraman and Netflix animated Ultraman movies?
Well, I think I can talk about that because it is Toho related. Ruby-san, did you want to translate that, or did we lose you? I think we may have. Oh, there you are. Hey.
Hold up. 来たる光の巨人の映画ないし光の巨人のアニメに関してはどう思いますか？
Since it's by the same creative team behind Shin Godzilla, I think it'll be very interesting.
シン・ゴジラのクリエイターがお送りする映画なので、とても楽しみにしています。
I'm just about done with this sketch, by the way. While I'm just about done, we'll do one more question.
Who would be your current dream director for a Godzilla movie?
ゴジラの映画、もし力があれば誰を監督に置きたいですか？
Kojima-san. Hideo Kojima would make the greatest Godzilla movie, or maybe the weirdest Godzilla movie, but I just want to see him do something with Godzilla.
小島秀夫さんです。 なんか最高に面白い映画か最高に奇妙な映画のどちらかができると思うので。
Okay, I think every time I think I'm almost done, I keep wanting to do something else. But if we're almost out of time, then we can, yeah, we can go ahead and call it. But yeah, so I think we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back with another.
In 15 minutes.
In 15 minutes, we're going to come back with another sketch.
もうほぼ終わりみたいな。マットさんの方からじゃあ9分でやりますみたいなことを言ってもらえたらこっちで2人します。で15分間休憩ですよ。
Dusan, daijoubu?
Yeah, if you're done, just say you're gonna take a break.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, well, so yeah, so if I can stop working on this for 14 seconds, I think I'll take a break. But yes, this was my Godzilla in Hell promotional piece, or a crossover piece. Not crossover, promotional piece. I'm very excited to see it coming out in Japan. So are the other creators who worked on the comic. I have a new cover as well. That will be exclusive to Japan, and you'll definitely want to mention this, Ruben-san. The new cover I did for Godzilla in Hell, which was colored by Goncalo Lopez. It was actually a cover that I personally rejected back when I was originally making a cover for Godzilla in Hell, and because I just wasn't satisfied with it at the time, and then I came back to it when talking to Phase 6 and realized, actually this is pretty good. We should just use this for a new cover. So I'm very happy that it's getting to be shown off.
ゴジラインヘル関連で、そろそろ完成なんですけど、ゴジラインヘル、近日日本発売なんですけど、マットも、カバーアート、限定カバーアートの作成にかかってて、そっちの方はもともと描いてた絵があったんですけど、描いた当時満足いかなくてで放置してたんですけど、しばらくして帰ってきたら見てみたら、まあ結構いいんじゃないのと思って、でカラーリストの、コンサロ・ロペスさんというのがいるんですけど、その方が本当に頑張ってくれました。
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take that break. Let me make sure if this is all lined up. And the next one is going to be Goji-ham-kun. So, okay, thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. Mata ne. I'll be back in a momentarily. it's really hard because I have like a bunch of different screens over here and it's hard to pay attention. But yeah, so I thought we were really appreciate everybody joining us for that first segment. Wanted to show this off. This is the sketch that I did. It's a Godzilla in Hell sketch, and I just kind of wanted to capture the general image and feeling. But Ruby-san, just let me know when you're ready.
まだですよ。映ってないですよ。もう映ってます。わかりました。
I'm being a shell. I'm being a corporate shell. No, I'm advertising for our product.
Okay, Matt. We are
Yes.
live.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay. Whoop. Camera back in position. All right. Doesn't want to cooperate with me. Hold on. That's still good.
Here's where you want, and I'll put the lid down.
Okay. Okay. Here's where I want it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get going on the next one, which will be Ojihan-kun. Let's get the camera focus. There it goes. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and start answering some questions. Part 2. Fine. Get started then.
Do you know if it's possible to see the movie adaptation of the Hanna-Barbera version of Godzilla?
Probably not.
ハンナバ
Sorry, go ahead.
ベラ版ゴジラの映画を見ることは物理的に可能かという質問に対して多分できないと答えています。
Yes, that's going to be a long shot, but it would be cool though. It would be very cool.
だいぶ無理があるかもしれないけど、実現したらいいなと思ってます。
While we're queuing up another question, I'll just keep working. I'm ready when you are. Oh, okay. We're just waiting for some questions to come in.
ただいま質問募集中です。
Talk about how you knew his character.
Oh yeah. Yeah, originally, Gojihan-kun was supposed to be well, first of all, I'll say that Gojihan is a reference to a promotional campaign from GMK in 2001 when they did a crossover collaboration promotion with Hamotaro.
そもそもゴジハン君とは何たるかという説明なんですけど、もともと GMK 公開の頃に、同時上映してたのを含めた、クロスプロモーションだったものです。
And then originally I was requested to do it. And I think it was supposed to be like an April Fool's promotion or something, but then the pandemic happened and we had to change our plans. But I'm glad we were finally able to do it.
もともと去年に話が来て、エイプリルフールの企画として、話は進んでたんですけど、運悪く同時期にパンデミックが、始まってしまって、それで流れて今やっと仕事に書かれたってところですね。
Okay, well, so we got a question?
Well, first a comment. Love those Ninja Turtle PJs. I got those for Matt for Christmas. Miss.
Yeah, I didn't realize those were visible. Yeah.
コメントでそのパジャマ、その忍者タートルズのパジャマ素敵だねって来てました。
Yeah, they're very comfortable. Go ahead, yeah.
Which would be better, a Godzilla suit with blue smoke, atomic breath, or blue fire? Real, not CG.
質問で放射熱線だとI'm sorry, what's the question again?
Yeah, we were trying to figure that out ourselves. The question is like, which is better, a
Godzilla suit with blue smoke, atomic breath, or blue fire? Real, not CG.
I think they mean like spraying mist as opposed to doing a CGI atomic breath thing.
Okay.
Practical, not digital.
Okay. I think blue
got it.
smoke is more effective because it looks more like radioactivity, you know.
ゴジラの放射熱線で、物理的な青い煙で放射熱線を演出するか CG の青い炎で放射熱線を演出するかだとどっちがいいかという質問でして、煙の方がいいかなと思ってます。
All right. Yeah. Next.
Your thoughts on Godzilla's singular point jet Jaguar?
ゴジラ SP のジェットチャガーについてどう思いますか？
When I initially saw the design, I was quite surprised, but then I realized that the original Jaga was built by a person in their garage, and then I thought, well, if someone were to make a super robot in their garage, it would probably look like the version that's in Godzilla Singular Point.
ジェットジャガーのデザイン初めて見たときとても驚いたんですけど、当初の設定だとジェットジャガーって、誰かのガレージで作られたロボットっていう設定だったんで、実際に誰かがガレージでスーパーロボットを作れるとしたら実際 SP 版のようなデザインになるかなと思ってます。
Yeah, I love it. I love that design. Yeah, 大好き。
でも大好きです。
A comment. Thank you for everything you do. I adore your art and you're an inspiration to everyone that sees your art.
Oh.
コメントで、もうやったこと何もかもありがとうございます。あなたとあなたのファンはとても心温まるものです。
This is going to make me really emotional.
All right, let's go on to another one then. Have you seen Go Go Godziban? And if so, what's your opinion on it? Personally, I really like it.
ゴジバンについてどう思いますか？個人的には好きですという質問です。
Gojiban daisuki. I love Gojiban. It's very it's very funny, but also very strange. I love it. I love it so much. I love the little puppets, and I love the little characters like the Exagine and the lady, the Queen Caesar, Queen Caesar, female King Caesar. It's very fun. I love it a lot.
とっても大好きで面白おかしいし奇妙だし、パペットもみんな好きで、X エイジンやクイーンシーザーといったキャラクターも大好きです。
Yep.
Matt, I'm very tired, so I'm going to head to bed. But I wanted to say I love your work, and you strive for the community. Inspires me, and your stories have gotten me through the darkest days.
Oh.
コメントで、マットさん、あなたとあなたのコミュニティへの取り組み方、ファンへの向き方はとても、とても勇気を与えられて、心が落ち込んで元気のない時もあなたに元気づけられてきました。
That means a lot to hear. That really it does. Comments like that keep me going and keep me really help keep me doing what I'm doing.
そういうコメントがあるおかげで、なんとか仕事を今の今までやっていけてる気がします。
Okay, go ahead and move on. Yeah.
What if there's an American adaptation of Toho's Tokusatsu? Did I say that right?
Yes,
Shows in style of Saban's show. Is that correct?
Oh, I understand. They're asking if what if there are American adaptation of Toho's Tokusatsu television shows. What if there were like American adaptations that used American actors?
東宝の、テレビで放映された特撮作品をアメリカで作った場合どうなると思いますか？
I think that would be very again. I think that would be very cool. I think that it's sometimes very difficult though to adapt Japanese style storytelling into American style story format. Like sometimes for clearly it works and it's very popular, but personally I just think Japanese stories work better when they're Japanese, but that doesn't mean that there can't be some adaptations or they can't try it. They could do it. I can't stop them.
過去にも前例があるように日本の作品をアメリカで作り直すというのは、まあ、できなくはないことなんですけど、基本的に日本の作品は日本で見られることを前提に書かれた作品なので、ストーリーなどがなので、まあ、当然日本で作られる方が、いいものかと思いますけど、まあできなくはないという前例を見ると、まあやってもいいものかなとも思います。
Another comment. Matt, I've admired your art, and I hope in the future I can make art just like you. You're getting all the love tonight.
I know.
コメントで、マットさんの絵のファンで、自分もいつかそのように絵を描けるように今頑張ってますというものです。
That means a lot.
All right, another question. Which unmade Godzilla movie would you most like to have seen made? Like Bride of Godzilla, Godzilla vs. Ghost, Godzilla, etc.
今まで話こそあったものの結局作らなかったゴジラ映画で、実現してほしい、一番実現してほしい、未完成のゴジラ映画は何ですか？
If I was much younger, I would say Gojira Tai Bagan, Godzilla versus Bagan, because it's the plot of the Super Godzilla video game, which itself was adapted from a few unused Godzilla movie plots. And I actually wrote a treatment for how that would work as a movie. But now I would say the old Bride of Godzilla plot sounds amazing.
若い頃はゴジラ対バガンの実現見てみたいななんて思って、で現に、スーパーゴジラというゲームの、元にもなり、なんなら自分で実際に映画になった場合はどうなるかとか書き写したぐらい見たかったものなんですけど、今となってはゴジラの花嫁を見てみたいです。
Bride of Godzilla, this plot is so weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Which artist has inspired you the most when drawing kaiju?
どの怪獣絵師に一番影響を受けていますか？
When drawing kaiju, it's a very difficult question because I know many very inspirational artists. The first one who always comes to mind is Nishikawa Shinji Sensei, who was the lead character designer on many um, kaiju movies, Toho kaiju movies. I really I'm a big admirer of his work.
まさに思いつくのは西川慎二先生ですね。ゴジラの東宝の映画の怪獣デザインも担当したので、とても影響を受けています。
I really appreciate your art. Greetings from Argentina. Which has been the most challenging kaiju for you to draw?
アルゼンチンからの質問です。一番描いて難しかった怪獣はどれですか
？Of all the kaiju, the one that's probably the hardest to draw is I think maybe Mecha King Ghidorah, because it's such a complicated design. It's got all the heads and the wings and tails of regular Ghidorah, King Ghidorah, but it then has all of these added mechanical features to it, including a very complicated wing pattern design. So yes, that one is probably the most difficult out of all of them.
メカキングギドラだと思います。元のキングギドラですら頭と羽と尻尾で多くて描く手間がかかるのに、そこにさらに機械的な細かいデザインが追加されて、とにかく難しいと思います。
Do you ever think about Godzilla Rules of Earth ever becoming an anthology of films or a show?
ゴジラルーラーズ・オブ・アースがいつか映像化して映画やテレビなどになることは考えたことありますか？
Well, that was sort of how we developed it originally, myself and the writer and the other artists. We all we were kind of envisioning it a bit like I was envisioning it a bit like a really cool Godzilla anime. So yeah, there's a part of me that wants that to happen someday, but if it doesn't, the comic is still there, and I intentionally kind of designed it to. I was even listening to various anime soundtracks while I was illustrating some of the scenes.
もともとストーリーを書き上げる段階でこういうアニメ作品あるいは映画作品があればいいなという前提で書いてたんで、もちろん実際にそうなったら嬉しいですけど、最悪ルーラーズ・オブ・アースというコミックがあるだけでもいいかなと思ってます。ただ、実現したらいいなと思ってます。
Which obscure animated kaiju from the Godzilla cartoons would you like to see return?
ゴジラのアニメシリーズで出てきたマイナーな怪獣でまた見たいなという怪獣はいますか？
Ooh, that's interesting. There's a monster from the Hanna-Barbera series named Axor that I think is very cool. He's like a demon god cobra that can hypnotize people and has like wind it shoots out of its head and spits lightning. It's very much like a Japanese style monster in this American cartoon from the 70s. So I would like to see Axor make a return.
ハンナバーベラ版にアクソアという名前の怪獣が出たんですけど、ヘビのような悪魔的なヘビのようなデザインなんですけど、日本的な怪獣だと思うので、いつかまた見てみたいなと思っています。
Yeah, next.
How do you think the Heisei series would have went if it would have continued instead of ending?
平成シリーズがこのまま続いてたらどうなってたと思いますか？
I actually created like a hypothetical pitch concept that I was hoping to maybe show to Toho at some point for a comic book continuation of the Heisei series. I don't think that would be possible, but I thought it would have been really neat if, yes, we followed Godzilla Jr. As a fully grown Godzilla, encountering all new monsters, but also basically continuing the aesthetic of the Heisei era by having new monsters and old monsters all appearing. I think that would have been the best way to do that story.
バーサスシリーズのその後の物語みたいなのを実際自分で、書いてみたこともあって、で内容は、ジュニアがそのまま大きくなって、で、かつての昭和の怪獣とかも再登場して、それを目にした時どう相手するかみたいなのを書いたことがあるんで、見て実現してほしいとも思ってます。
What is your opinion on the Godzilla the series? Because me and my brother would watch that every morning.
Are they talking about the Hanna-Barbera one?
No, they're talking about the 1998 Godzilla.
Okay. ゴジラ、1998年にアメリカ制作されたゴジラのアニメシリーズについてはどう思ってますか
？So I love that series. It's definitely the best thing to come out of the 1998 Godzilla movie. I really love the series. I think it's a very unique interpretation of the Godzilla concept, and I think that we need more stuff like that. So yeah, I love that show. I used to watch it every Saturday morning when it came on as well.
大好きなシリーズで放送当時毎週土曜日放送してた時間に、毎回見てたくらい好きで、ゴジラというコンセプトを非常に面白く取り扱ったシリーズで、またそういう作品を見てみたいなとも思っています。
What do you define as kaiju? Do you count others like human vapor or Matango as kaiju?
怪獣、何を基準に怪獣と決めてますか？例えばマタンゴとかそこら辺も怪獣に当てはまりますかね？
So in America, there's a lot of question about what is a kaiju. That's something that many Americans ask a lot because sometimes there's a question of, is it a monster? Is it a kaiju monster or kaiju? Kaijin, bakemono, yokai. But I think a lot of it comes down to it's something that is very inhuman, something very, very inhuman. Like Matango is maybe closer to a kaiju than, what was it, the human vapor? The human vapor is a man who has the power to turn himself into vapor. But so I don't really classify him as a kaiju. That's like saying the Invisible Man is a monster. He's not really a monster. He's just a guy you can't see.
アメリカだとよくある質問が怪獣とは何ぞやというもので、実際モンスター全般が怪獣なのか、どこを基準に怪獣なのかとかいろいろ聞かれるんでいろいろ考えたことあるんですけど、特撮における要は人間が入ったような怪物、怪獣と認識することが多いですね。例えばマタンゴは怪獣という扱いでもいいと思いますが、逆に他のガス人間とかそこら辺まで行くとちょっとどうしてもただの人間に近いから怪獣とは言えないかなと思ってます。
What are your favorite kaiju designs in any kaiju film?
怪獣映画で特に好きな怪獣のデザインはありますか？
Favorite kaiju designs in any film. First thing that comes to mind is anything designed by Mahiro Maeda. who was the designer for Shin Gojira and many other kaiju movies. Maeda Sensei has a really great design aesthetic. So he designs Shin Gojira is a really good one. Of course, a lot of the stuff designed by Nishikawa Sensei are really good. Man, favorite kaiju. Oh, you're killing me with this. Oh, I guess I just have to pick something. GMK Ghidorah. that'll get me in trouble.
例えば前田真宏さんがデザインした怪獣は全体的に好きで、例えばシン・ゴジラとか、あと西川先生がデザインした怪獣も大好きなんですけど、とても難しい質問で、とりあえず一つだけ選ぶとしたら GMK キングギドラかな。
I wanted to give a quick shout out, and Rubu-san, please translate this for me. I just got a message from my friend Nakajima Sonoe-san. She is the daughter of Nakajima Haruo-san, who was the original Godzilla suit actor. She messaged me to say that she's watching me live right now, and it makes me very happy. Nakajima-san is very kind and very sweet, very nice. So, hello, Sonoe-san. So, thank you for watching my stream.
今、マット個人にですね、メッセージが来まして、中島春夫さんの娘の中島園江さんが来て、今、視聴して応援してるとメッセージが来たので、マットの方からありがとうとの返事でした。
What monster from the other Godzilla media would you like to see return in a movie?
また再登場してほしいと思うゴジラ怪獣はいますか？
That's a very difficult question. From other Godzilla media appear in a movie. I'd like to see them do more with is Crystallock and Obsidious from the Godzilla Wii game. Those are really cool kaiju designs, and I really want to see them reappear.
ゲームの方にですね、Wii の、ゴジラの格闘ゲームの方にですね、オリジナル怪獣が出てまして、そちらがいつか実写化して出てほしいなと思ってます。
Do you think the Godzilla franchise should do a multiverse movie?
ゴジラシリーズでマルチバースものを作った方がいいと思いますか？
I don't see why not. I think it would be a really cool idea to see multiple Godzillas from multiple timelines all colliding with each other, and maybe they all start off fighting, and then but then they have to combine forces for a greater threat. That would be very cool.
やってほしくない理由はないですね。さまざまな時間軸のゴジラが集まって、最初は仲違いして戦うんですけど、最後は巨大な敵を前に協力するみたいな展開を見てみたいですね。
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
We met a couple of times at Comic-Palooza to the Misfit Toy Shop event, and you inspired my brother on being an artist, and your art helped me get back into the kaiju genre. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna cry.
またコメントで、イベントで何度かお会いしたことある方からのコメントなんですけど、あなたのおかげでまた怪獣への熱意が戻ってきました。
Makes me really happy.
Next.
Yeah.
You think a Godzilla animated series taking place after Terra of Mechagodzilla and before Destroy All Monsters would be cool?
Ooh. Son, do you need the Japanese titles, or I'm sure you know them? You're a big Tokusatsu nerd, so.
No, I actually can't figure out the Japanese name. Wait, what was it?
Oh, okay. They're asking about an anime series that takes place between Mechagodzilla no Gyakushu and Kaiju Soul Shingeki.
メカゴジラ
Hero
の
monsters.
逆襲と怪獣総進撃の間の Sorry, what was the question again?
He was asking about a Godzilla movie that it's a very nerdy question. He's asking about a Godzilla movie that takes place between the events of a Godzilla anime that takes place between the events of 1975 and 1999 that takes place in the Showa universe.
And did he say you want to see a continuation of it?
Yeah, continuation of the story, like the events that take place between those two points in the timeline.
ゴジラの逆襲の後から99年までの間を描いた、昭和シリーズのユニバースを舞台にした、作品に関する質問なんですけど。
Yeah, I think that would be a really cool idea. I would want to see it illustrated in a very Showa, like a comic like that would have been illustrated by someone in the style of Shotaro Ishinomori would be really amazing. Like a retro 70s style Godzilla comic set in the Showa universe. That would be fantastic. Why am I not doing that right now? Like, forget this. It just takes up, just push it off the table. I'm going to start drawing that.
そんな感じのコンセプトのコミックならぜひ描いてみたいですね。で、描くとしたら昭和風の、絵柄で、例えば石ノ森章太郎風の絵柄で描いてみたいなと思って描きたすぎて今こうして描いてるうちもなんでそっちの方を描いてないんだってなってるぐらいです。
You didn't have all the excitement, did it? What would you have liked to see out of the Godzilla Tokyo SOS sequel, considering the sort of cliffhanger ending?
東京 SOS のエンディングからそのまま続編から続いたような感じでそのまま続編が出たらどういう展開を見たいですか？
So this is about SOS, Tokyo SOS. Yeah, I felt like, honestly, I felt like they probably took that universe as far as they could, because that story was really focused on Mechagodzilla, and Mechagodzilla's story basically ended at the end of that movie. So I don't know. I think it's about as far as they could have taken it. It was good. I like those movies.
桐生にフォーカスを当てた映画だったので、桐生の物語終わってしまったので、あの物語あの終わり方でも良かったなと思ってます。もちろん映画は好きです。
Go ahead.
What is your favorite super weapon or vehicle from the franchise?
That's a good one.
ゴジラシリーズで出てきた兵器で一番好きなのはどれですか
？As a kid of the 80s and 90s, I loved the Super X, but the various Super X's, especially the second one. You know, I'm gonna say the Super X with the fire mirror is really cool. That they created a weapon with a diamond-coated mirror that would open up, and Godzilla would shoot his atomic breath at it, and it somehow would absorb it and reflect it back at him. I don't think that's how radiation works, but it's a very cool weapon.
やっぱ80年代90年代で少年時代を過ごした身としてはスーパー X が大好きで、特に、ゴジラの放射熱線を吸収してそのまま跳ね返したスーパー X が好きです。個人的には放射能ってそういう風にはならないと思うんですけど、それでもまあ好きです。
Another one's going to make you tear up.
Oh, no.
I'm a 10-year-old Japanese fan, and I treasure the book I got signed at Comic-Con 2 years ago by you. If Godzilla really appeared, would you run or would you go see him?
コメント兼質問ですね。私は10歳の日本人のファンです。2年前コミコンに行った時、コミックを持ってサインしてもらった記憶があります。で、質問なんですけど、実際にゴジラが出現した場合、逃げるのか、会いに行っちゃうのか、どっちですか？
Well, thank you for your support, tiny Japanese child. I would say that if Godzilla were to really appear, I think that's one of those things where I would just say, okay, bye everyone. I might die, but I'm gonna go study Godzilla for the rest of my life. See ya.
まずはいつも応援ありがとうございます。で、ゴジラが実際に出現した場合は、命を落とすことを覚悟して残りの余命ゴジラを間近で、観察することに命を費やすと思います。
Yeah.
What do you think the Showa Godzilla is up to these days in his timeline?
昭和シリーズの方のゴジラは、あの世界で今頃何してると思いますか？
I mean, he's probably still doing what he was doing. He was just protecting the world from other kaiju, getting into fights. Hopefully, he would have retired on Monster Island, but probably sounds like other aliens would have just kept showing up. He would have just been like, all right. I mean, there's other ways. Sometimes I think that it would have turned out like in the Versus series when Godzilla just turns on humanity eventually because he just gets tired of them.
映画の方同様、いつもみたいに、宇宙怪獣の侵略から地球を守ったり他の怪獣と喧嘩したりしてるとも思いますが、同時に、もうとっくに引退して、モンスターアイランドに帰っちゃったとも思いますが、それとはまた別にもしかしたらいずれ、人間に歯向かってで、平成シリーズ同様なんかそのまま飽きて疲れてまた帰っていくのかなと思います。
How would you approach designing a kaiju toy line?
怪獣のおもちゃのデザインについてどういうアプローチの仕方をしますか？
Well, I grew up with the Trendmasters American Godzilla toys, which had all sorts of fun gimmicks. They had cool weapons and armor and lots of accessories. I would design a kaiju toy line like that, something that's a little more retro, a little more 90s style, something with play sets. I want play sets. I want destructible buildings, and I want like a Monster Island play set and stuff. That's the sort of stuff I would do.
僕が育ってきた頃の、ゴジラのおもちゃというのはいろんなギミックやいろんな付属パーツがあるいわゆる典型的なアメトイだったので、自分がおもちゃの制作に関われるならそんな感じのおもちゃをまた出したいですね。特に、破壊できるビルセットや、モンスターアイランドセットみたいなのも欲しいです。
Do you think a Studiomation Godzilla show in the style of the Ultra Galaxy series would work?
Okay. Well, we can rephrase that to be just a Suitmation style Godzilla series. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What would a Suitmation style Godzilla series, do you think that would work? That's what they were asking me. Like just a Tokusatsu style Godzilla series with a traditional Japanese effects as a television show.
昔ながらの特撮のスタイルを取ったゴジラでどういうのが一番いいと思いますか？
I think that would be great. I don't want to see them stop using suits for kaiju movies, and especially for Godzilla. I think that they should continue to use suits as much as possible. I can think of some directors who would make a really cool live action Godzilla television series with classic style special effects and with classic style tokusatsu effects. I think that would be great. I really want to see that.
そうですね。やっぱり昔ながらの特撮のやり方をやめてほしいと思ったことは当然一度もないですし、また現代にもスーツなど特撮セットを使った、昔ながらのゴジラをまた見てみたいですね。実際、今もそういうのに取り掛かっている人で、優れた実力を持っている人もいっぱいいるので、そういう人たちにやってほしいですね。
What is your favorite Showa film that is not Godzilla based, like Atragon, Mothra, and Rodan?
That's a great question.
ゴジラじゃない、好きな昭和怪獣映画なんですか？
Of the non-Godzilla Toho movies, I mean, Frankenstein versus Baragon is really awesome. I love that movie. The original Mothra is wonderful. I can't say that I have a single favorite. Like I said, Frankenstein versus Baragon and original Mothra. Matango is amazing. I recently watched with my friend, a friend of mine, Annabelle. She and I watched Space Amoeba. I can't remember the Japanese title. Gezora Ganimes Kamebas. That movie is way better than I think anybody remembers it being, because it's really fun and it's fast paced and it's got a good plot.
一番好きな怪獣映画に絞るのはとても難しいんですけど、フランケンシュタイン対地底怪獣とか、あとは、一番最初のモスラの映画とか大好きですし、マタンガも大好きですし、で最近、改めて南海の大怪獣を見てみたんですけど、多分なんか珍しく記憶より全然面白かったと思ってます。
What's your favorite human character? Very different.
人間のキャラクターで一番好きなキャラクターは誰ですか？
That's split. She's not technically human. Well, my favorite I think my favorite actress who played a lot of different human characters in the original Godzilla series is Kumi Mizuno. She played Miss Namikawa in Kaiju Daisenso, and she also was Daio in Big Jewel in the South Seas, Sea Monster, Gojira, Mosura, Ebira. She's a very versatile actress, and she's really good at what she does. So she's most of my favorite characters.
1キャラに絞るのは難しいんですけど、とにかく、昭和の頃のゴジラ映画によく出た水野久美さんが演じるキャラなら大体何でも好きです。
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
How do you think adult Godzilla, Junior's relationship and view of humanity would be had the Heisei era continued?
Well, it sort of builds on the last one of the other questions. Yeah.
もしバーサスシリーズがついた場合、ジュニアはその後どのような活躍を見せてくれたと思いますか？
Well, considering he was kind of sort of raised by people and kind of liked people, I think that would have been really interesting to explore, because now that he was an adult Godzilla, he was no longer viewed as potentially controllable by by the military or the government. So I think there would have been a lot of contention of different characters trying to either contain him or control him or anything like that. But I'm just about done here. I mean, we got it right in at the clock. Let me go ahead and add my hunko, which I'll wait for Ruby to translate my question though.
そのジュニアは、もともと人間に育てられてきたので、大人になってもう制御が効かないぐらいに成長した後、一体どういう葛藤があるのか、特に人間側とかにどういう葛藤があるのかとか見てみたいと思っています。
Yeah, so like I said, we're about at a stopping point for this one. I'm pretty much done. We're going to go on another break. There's some good questions in this one. You want one more? We can do one more. Let's do one more.
How would you write a death for Godzilla?
Ooh.
ゴジラの死を描くとしたらどう描きますか？
That is a very interesting idea because it's just so hard to kill Godzilla. It's almost impossible. He's kind of died a lot of different ways. I gotta think about that one.
Well, we can start the next stream with you answering that question.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
難しい質問なんで、実際ゴジラを殺すのはとにかく難しいので、休憩挟んだらまたその答えを、答えに答えます。
Well, thank you, everybody. We're just out of time for this one. We're going to go on another little break, but I just got this one done. If I can line it up with the camera, my Gojiham-kun, which you can still buy these products at the Godzilla store.
こちら書いたゴジラムくん、まだ、ゴジラストアで関連グッズ買えますので、皆さんどうぞ。
All right, thanks, guys. We will be back shortly. And we're going to mute our microphone, so be back soon.
What did you say about that one?
Oh, I'm really proud of it.
Yeah, it was good.
He told me once, and I don't remember.
It's, here's the female name.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. Telling you the sound effect that Cozy Ham makes.
Toto? Let's start with that.
And did you remember the question? How would you kill Godzilla?
Oh yeah, thank you. Takumi-san's beside himself because he couldn't articulate to me in English what I needed to know. It's okay. Okay, go ahead.
3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
Okay, we're back. Just remember to pre-order Godzilla in Hell. Whoa. All right. Okay, we're back, and here was the sketch I did on the last stream, my Godzilla-kun. It's a lot of fun. And of course, as we all know, the sound effect is hata, hata, oh, hata. I think that's supposed to be the Japanese onomatopoeia for the sound that a hamster makes. Sort of like how a mouse says chew, chew. It's like a squeak, chew. But it's also the sound that a kiss makes. Like mwah. Let's see. Okay, so okay, so we're gonna wait for a moment.
You can answer that.
Well, I can answer the other question. Well, Ruby's not here to translate. But maybe what I can do is I can show off Godzilla products. But yes, okay, he should be back in a moment. But I did want to show off this. This is really cool. I did an interview for Hihol magazine. They did a Godzilla versus Kong article, and they asked me to write a review basically of the movie and sort of what the American impressions of the movie were. So this is really special to see this. So I really appreciate getting this in the mail. Let's see. Alrighty, so we'll get going here in a moment. We've got 2 more drawings to do tonight, and I'm just waiting before I can make the announcement, because what we did was we did a fan vote for those who can speak English. We did a fan vote of the one second. We did a fan vote of the kaiju of who fans want me to draw, and I believe we have the winner. There he is.
All right.
What was that?
Are you so you can go ahead and announce who's
Okay.
the second place.
So in the fan vote, I put forth many about 10 monsters in the fan vote. I can't remember all of them right now, but the winner of the fan vote for the Ruby, why don't you go ahead and translate so we can kind of build up the drama a little bit.
ファン投票があったと思うんですけど、マット・フランクさんに描いてほしい怪獣として10体あったと思うんですけど、今回その第2位を発表することになります。
And perhaps the result that was the most surprising for people to vote on, the one that was most surprising, that I think got people very excited was Dagara. Sea monster Dagara. I'm very excited about.
第2位は驚きの結果で、ダガーラが、見事2位を勝ち取りました。
Yeah, so I've got lots of references here. I made sure to grab, these are at the Godzilla store, the Toho Special Effects Movies Authentic Visual Books, which is a real mouthful. But yeah, these are really cool, and you can get them at the Godzilla store. And I believe Ruby-san, I think you bought this one for me.
Yep. こちら、ゴジラストアにで販売している、写真本になります。
And for those who don't know, Dagara is a monster from the rebirth of Mothra, the Mosura Heisei movies. And it was an original monster that fights the aquatic Mothra, the ocean, the aqua Mothra. So it's this kind of big, and it shoots starfish out of its body. It's a really cool monster.
知らない人たちのために解説すると、ナガーラは、初登場は、平成モンスターの2作目に登場した完全オリジナル怪獣でして、人手を発射したりといろんな面白い、能力を持っている、面白い怪獣ですね。
I just found out that we have quite a few people watching, so hello everybody. こんにちはみんな。Okay, so I'm looking through some of the references here just to kind of get a vibe for Dagarla. In Japanese, in English, in the English dub, he's called Dagarla, which in English rolls off the tongue a little bit better. But Dagara it's basically the same as Dagara because you swap your L's and your R's.
英語版では、ダガーラではなくダガーラらしくてもうちょい舌を巻く発音の仕方です。
Yeah. I need to really get going on this because I'm just because I really hadn't had a chance to sit and look at this book because the that's a cool shot. It's a really good mug. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start answering some questions while I work on this.
How would you personally rate Godzilla Final Wars?
Oh God, we're still talking about Final Wars.
ゴジラファイナルウォーズは個人的にどんぐらいの評価でしょうか。
I would rate Final Wars as it's really hard to rate Final Wars because it was clearly made not to be taken very seriously. It's almost like a parody movie because it's so strange. So it's very hard to rate. It's very hard to rate. I would say it's just a very strange. I just keep saying that. It's just a weird movie because the director wanted it to be very fun and again not take itself very seriously. So if you don't take it very seriously, I think you can rate it a little higher than if you were taking it seriously.
正直ゴジラファイナルウォーズに要は点数を上げるとすればとても難しい課題で、というのもあんま真剣に見ることを前提に作られた映画じゃないなというのがあって、で散々奇妙な映画ってよく言うんですけど、実際奇妙な映画っていう印象を受けるので、監督ももっと面白楽しい映画として作ったと思うので、真剣に受け止めなければ高い点数を上げられると思います。
Yeah.
Speaking of Dagra, how would you handle the monster? If they were to add him back as possibly a recurring Mothra villain, how would you write him?
I'm sorry, could you say the question again?
Speaking of Dagra, how would you handle the monster? If they were to add him back as a possibly recurring Mothra villain, how would you write him?
Okay, sorry. ダガーラ
Bring Dagara back.
ダガーラが、再登場させるとしたら、またもちろん敵としてですね、自分だったらどういうふうに描きますか。
It's difficult to say because it's difficult to say exactly how I do that because there's not a whole lot to really change about the monster. I might think it would be kind of fun to tweak the design a little bit. Even though I really like the design, it might be fun to see something that's a little more fish-like, or more like a even like a coelacanth. But maybe, I know, I would lean into the pollution angle, because apparently Dagara is supposed to be like a monster that eats pollution, like Hedorah. And I would think that that's an angle that really needed to be explored more, and they didn't really explore it in the movie.
ダガーラ自体の設定はもうやり尽くされた感があるので、これ以上なんか加えるとはあんま考えられないんですけど、ただデザインはもうとてもいいデザインなんですけど、ちょっとだけ変えたいかなと思ってまして、もうちょい魚っぽくし、ラカンスっぽい感じにして、あともともとダガーラってヘドラみたいに、公害に関連した怪獣、公害というか、環境汚染に関連した怪獣なので、その海の汚染にもうちょい、首を突っ込んでほしい、突っ込ませてみたいなと思っています。
Sorry, I had to restart it. His head was taking up too much of the frame, and I wanted to get a little more of his body in.
ちょっと頭がきっかけすぎたから体ももうちょい入れたいので、一旦線画を描き直してます。
Yeah, see, that's better.
How would you imagine the Millennium series if instead of it being a sort of anthology, have it continue off of Godzilla 2000?
ミレニアムシリーズが、バーサスシリーズみたいに、1作目からそのままストーリーがずっと継続してたらどんな感じになってたと思いますか？
If I had my say in it, even though it may not have been a very popular choice, if I were to take the Millennium series and just continue from Godzilla 2000, I would go for a long time without bringing back any other classic monsters. I would just do new monsters, new characters, and I would explore the story point of the organizer G1, the Godzilla cells. I would explore that story more. So I would do new monsters, and I would explore more about how Godzilla's DNA works and how it's like created to the birth of life on Earth somehow. Because that was a plot point that kind of dropped.
あんまりちょっと反対を集めるかもしれない意見なんですけど、しばらくは、完全新規怪獣、過去作に登場した怪獣じゃなく新規怪獣だけを出した作品を続けて、さらにその上で、ゴジラ細胞をもうちょい掘り下げたいなと思っています。
So far, my favorite question of the night we just got. If a kaiju were the size of a cat, which one would you like to have as a pet? Best question.
Yep.
猫ぐらいの大きさの怪獣が世の中にいるとしたら、どの怪獣をペットとして飼いたいですか
？That's an interesting question. All right. If any specific kaiju was the size of a cat, well, I definitely want one that wasn't radioactive.
Wait, you can't buy a flea collar for radioactiveness?
No. I would say, maybe Varan, because he can be like a little sugar glider, and he can like float onto my shoulder and like kind of sit on my shoulder. I think that would be fun.
猫ぐらいの大きさの怪獣を飼えるとしたら、まずは、放射の汚染の心配ない怪獣でいって、そうした場合、バランかなと。バランなら、ちょっとムササビのように飛びながら肩に乗っけることもできるので、バランを飼ってみたいですね。
Yeah.
How would you describe Godzilla's fight style?
ゴジラのファイトスタイルは、説明するとしたらどう説明しますか？
Well, it really depends on the version of the character, because some Godzillas fight very anthropomorphically. They fight very. They'll punch and kick and things like that. Whereas, then you've got Godzillas that will fight very animalistically, like legendary Godzilla. So it just depends. It depends on the version. I like kind of a mix. I like a Godzilla who will mostly fight pretty animalistically, but then like he'll bust out a suplex out of nowhere. Keeps you guessing. Keeps you on your toes.
どのゴジラかにもよって結構変わってくると思うんで、中には、人間的な戦い方をするパンチとかキックとか出すゴジラもいれば、レジェンダリー版ゴジラのように動物的な戦い方もするゴジラもいるんですけど、個人的には、基本的には動物っぽい戦い方をするけど、油断してるうちに急にスープレックスを打つような戦い方のゴジラが一番見てみたいです。そうすれば予測不可能という楽しみがあるので。
If Godzilla Jr. ever returned in either a film or another form of media, how would you feel about it?
映画に限らず、どのメディアにおいてもいいので、ゴジラジュニアが再登場したらどう思いますか？
That is an interesting question, because I guess it kind of can mean two different things. It can either mean Godzilla Jr. From the character like coming back and growing up, or just bringing back baby Godzilla in general. I guess they would have said baby Godzilla if that's what they meant. I think that would be really cool, but again, I would want them to like find a way to sort of continue that story. So the story is what would be important to me. But I think it would be cool. I think it would be a fun idea, if mostly played for nostalgic reasons, but still fun.
どういう感じで再登場するかにもよるんですけど、例えば、ジュニアがそのまま成長した後のジュニアなのか、それともまだ幼い頃のジュニアが再登場するのか。ただ、どちらにしても懐かしさ、を感じるので、個人的にはまた見てみたいと思っています。
If Mothra ever got a solo film that drastically reinvented her, what direction would you take it?
もしモスラの単独映画をまたやるとして、だいぶ過去作とは違う感じにするのなら、どういう感じのモスラ映画にしてみたいですか？
Sometimes drastic reinvention can mean different things, because some people think that Shin Godzilla is a drastic reinvention, when it actually really goes back to the roots of Godzilla and rebuilds it from the ground up. I don't know if you wanted to do that part first, Bubi-san.
全く違う方向性というのもちょっといろんな見方がありまして、例えばシン・ゴジラとかかなり方向性を変えてきたゴジラ映画として扱われてるんですけど、ただ実際シン・ゴジラはむしろ一番原点に帰った映画という見方もできるので。
But for me, I think that if you were to take Mothra and kind of reinvent her, I think it would be I think the best way to do that would be to go back to the original Mothra, specifically go back to the original concept art, kind of like what they did with Shin Godzilla. And you'll see in the original concept art that Mothra is not really intended to be beautiful or delicate. She's kind of intended to be scary, like almost something eldritch, something almost Lovecraftian, like kind of terrifying, because moths close up are really grotesque. So I would emphasize her kind of her scariness of like how a moth can be something really unsettling because she's supposed to be kind of a vengeful goddess, and I think that making her a little weirder and grosser would be kind of a fun way to explore the character.
もともとの一番最初のモスラのコンセプトアートなんか見ると分かるんですけど、もともとのモスラって美しい印象の怪獣にさせるつもりはもともとなくて、もっとこう、本物の画を間近に見た時みたいに、ちょっとグロテスクでおぞましい怪獣にするという案がもともとあって、その案をまた持ってきて、でその、怪獣として恐ろしい、モスラの単独映画を作ってみたいと思ってます。
Besides Godzilla, what is your favorite aquatic monster?
ゴジラ以外で、海関連の怪獣で好きな怪獣はどれですか？
Titanosaurus is just really cool. I love that design. It's a very cool design for a monster, so I love Titanosaurus.
チタノサウルスが好きですね。特にデザインが本当にクールで大好きです。
If Zone Fighter were to be rebooted in some shape or form, how would you go about reinventing the, how do you say it? Gargoyle?
Garoga.
Terror Beast and Zone Family.
流星人間ゾーンがもし現代に、蘇るリメイクなどされたら、その家族、主人公たちの家族や、敵側はどういう感じで描くと思いますか？
Yeah, that's a very that's a cool idea because Ryusei Ningen Zone is it's kind of a cool show. I like it. It's how do I put this? There's a couple of really bold tokusatsu hero reinventions that have been tried over the last few years. I would really want to break it down and rebuild it and just try a completely different approach, focusing a little more on the family, like maybe even making them a bit of a dysfunctional family. I think that could be really cool storytelling wise. I would make the villains find a way to make the villains a little scarier, maybe keeping some of that vibe though, like maybe showing that man, there's way too much for me. There's a lot of detail I could go into, but that show really is kind of ripe for reinvention. I think you could do something really unique with that concept of like a family of these superheroes.
現代でリメイクした場合、現に他にも現代に入ってリメイクしたヒーロー作品って他にいろいろあるんですけど、他の作品は結構、大々的に変えてるものが多くて、そんな感じで一旦、設定を崩してからまた再構築していくみたいな感じで、もうちょっと例えば家族であるという一面をもっとフォーカスして、なんなら家族として最初は、ちょっと壊れかけてるみたいなそんな家族を描いたり、あと敵はもっと怖いおぞましい感じにもしたいなと思うんですけど、この話になったらいつまでも話せるとキリがないので、でも面白い番組だったんで、現代よみがえるのを見てみたいですね。
Do you think characters like Anguirus or King Caesar would hold solo movies on their own?
アンギリアスやキングシーサーといった怪獣の単独映画とかなら、面白いと思いますか？
Possibly. It's very difficult for a monster for some of Godzilla's. You know what? I think they could I think they could. I just don't know if anybody would go see it because it's I would love to see that personally. I just don't know if you could make a whole movie around a monster from the Godzilla universe that isn't Godzilla and isn't Mothra. But I think you could. I think it could be done.
ゴジラの世界の怪獣でゴジラやモスラじゃない怪獣で単独映画を作るというのはまあ映画として成り立つと思いますけど、正直自分以外一体誰が見に行くんだという一面もあって、ただまあ映画としても機能すると思うので実現できたら面白いと思います。
I would like to see that.
Right.
Yep.
Would you ever think about redesigning or putting your own spin on the posters in the series?
今までのゴジラ作品の、ポスターを自分なりにリメイクしたいと思ったことありますか？
Some years ago, I sort of came up with this idea of doing my own Godzilla posters in like a comic book style and illustrating them as though they were individual issues of a comic book or individual storylines and like making them like comic book versions of various Godzilla movies. So I have thought about it. That's the first thing I would do with it.
このアイデア自分なりにも考えたことがあって、で自分でもしゴジラの映画のポスターを作るとしたらアメコミの、表紙みたいな感じでアメコミ風のゴジラのポスターは作ってみたいなと思ってます。
Do you think Godzilla could be a friendly and good friend if you got to know him better?
ゴジラが、仮に友人としていた場合は、いいやつだと思いますか？
No. I mean, I just don't know how friendly he would be. He just seems like he's very angry all the time. He's nice to his kid sometimes, but yeah, I guess it's possible. It's just, would he want to be friendly is I think the question.
まあノーですかね。ゴジラは正直いつも、怒ってる印象があるので、そんな優しいやつじゃないと思いますし、たまに、まあ、自分の子供には優しい時もあるんですけど、まあ頑張れば友情は結べるかなと思いますけど、ゴジラ側がそう友達作りたいかはちょっと別として。
Do you like Baragon? Simple.
バラゴン好きですか？
Oh yeah, I love Baragon. I think Baragon's adorable. It's very silly. I love him.
はい、バラゴン好きです。可愛らしいと思います。
Yep.
Who is your favorite kaijin?
Kaijin?
No, gaijin. What do you mean?
一番好きな怪人は誰ですか？
Kaijin. I just don't know if there's many kaijin in the Godzilla universe or the Toho universe. Because a kaijin is like a monster person, right? Like from superhero TV shows. Like, is that true, Ruby? Or
Yeah.
I have to think about that. No, let me. I can answer it. I just need a second. To think about all the kaijin. I don't think there's very many in the Toho universe. There's not very many in the Toho universe, so maybe I'll just say the no, because the Garoga are Uchujin. I don't think there are any in the really very many in the Toho universe. I mean, the Bat People from Latitude Zero.
東宝作品の怪人ってなるとかなり 数が限られてくるので、まあ悩んで、ガロが宇宙人でしたし、えーっとあんま東宝で怪人っていないと思いますね。
Yeah.
If you had the chance of becoming Godzilla for one day, which incarnation would you choose to become?
Ooh.
一日だけ、自分がゴジラになれたらどのゴジラになりたいですか？
That is very difficult. I would say that the first one that comes to mind is maybe maybe one of the Showa Gojiras, like maybe the 1970s Godzilla, because everybody likes him because he's a little friendlier, but he's still Godzilla, so he can kind of do whatever he wants.
難しい質問ですけど、なれるとしたら70年代の昭和ゴジラですかね。理由は、まあみんな人間に好かれてフレンドリーなので、ただでもやっぱりゴジラなんで、なんかやりたいことできるという、ゴジラとしての感じがあるので。
What do you think of the Stan Winston Godzilla design?
Oh, the unused design. Or are we not allowed to talk about that?
I guess not. All right, next one. Besides the
Sorry,
oxygen
wait.
destroyer, which monster or weapon?
Sorry,
Ruby?
Audio issues.
Okay.
Stan Winston. スタン・ウィンストン版の未使用のゴジラのデザインはどう思いますか？
I think it's a really cool design. I'm really sad we didn't get that movie. I love the texture and the I just love the tech. I really like the texture of it because it's very alligator-like. It's very reptilian. So yeah, I really love that design. It's really a shame we didn't get that movie.
正直実現しなくて悲しいと思ってます。とてもワニっぽくて、あと素材とかが面白いと思ったので、とても好きなデザインです。
Besides the oxygen destroyer, which monster or weapon would you think stands the best chance at defeating Godzilla?
オキシジェンデストロイヤー以外で一番ゴジラに効果的だと思う兵器は何だと思いますか？
Which monster or weapon? I would say that monster, it's usually Mechagodzilla stands the best chance, but Hedorah came pretty close to just Godzilla not being able to defeat him at all. So the Hedorah is the answer to that monster side of the question, but weaponry, feels like if they could have refined the technology from the first Heisei Godzilla movie, from the Return of Godzilla, feels like the technology of like using bird calls to lure Godzilla to certain places. Why don't they just refine that technology? Because they could have done more with that once he started showing up again.
失礼しました。兵器または怪獣でゴジラに一番致命的はどれかという質問でした。怪獣である場合、メカゴジラはもちろん効果あるんですけど、やっぱりヘドラが一番手強かったと思いますね。基本的に手も足も出ないという感じだったので、兵器というか技術になると、音波で、ゴジラを誘導するという技術があったと思うんですけど、あれをもっと使えばもっといろいろできたんじゃないかなと思ってます。
If you could meet Subaraya, what would you like to talk about?
That's a good one.
円谷英二さんと会えたら どういう話をしたいですか？
That is a good question. I think I'd like to ask him about maybe movies or movies maybe he never got to make. Like, did he have any ideas for movies that he had wanted to make but never got to make? Like, maybe I'd like to ask him about those things.
仮に会えるとしたら、結局作れなかった未制作の映像作品、どういうのがあったかと聞いてみたいですね。
Matt, I just wanted to say you've been one of my biggest heroes as an artist ever since I was a kid. I always look to you for inspiration whenever I draw monsters.
コメントです。子供の頃からマットさんはヒーローでした。怪獣を描くときいつもインスピレーションにしてます。
That always gets me. Yeah, I'm ready.
What Godzilla suit would you want to own?
Oh.
保持してみたいゴジラのスーツはどれですか？
Oh, that's very difficult. Maybe I would want to own the Cybot Godzilla. It's not really a suit, but it's that big animatronic Godzilla that they made for 1984. And it's so weird, this weird puffy head. I love that thing. So it's not a suit, but I still want it.
厳密にはスーツじゃないんですけど、84年版で使われたアニマトロニクスの機械のゴジラ、なんか非常に奇妙な顔をしてて、手に入れてみたいですね。
How would you feel if the original Godzilla returns in a new film as the main villain and he would fight the current Godzilla?
一番最初のゴジラがもし再登場して今のゴジラと戦うとしたらどう思いますか？
I definitely would like to see that because we don't know how the original Godzilla would have really fought because he didn't really fight anybody. And considering how small he is compared to some of the other Godzillas, because he's only about 50 meters compared to like the current Godzilla, which is like 110, 120 meters. So he's over twice as big. So I don't know how long he would last.
そもそも初代ゴジラって結局同じ怪獣とは戦ったことがないので、それだけでも見てみたいですけど、実際サイズ問題はどうなのかとか思ってますね。初代ゴジラは50メートルしかない一方で、最新のゴジラはだいたい100メートル超えなので、そこら辺はどうなるか気になりますね。
Do you like Ghidorah with or without hair?
ギドラは、髪あり版が好きかなし版が好きか。
I kind of think it's fun when Ghidorah has a little mane, little hair behind his horns, on each of the heads. There's some designs like the Evangelion Godzilla versus Evangelion Ghidorah design from Universal Studios that has these weird little quills. So from the Universal ride, it has these weird stylized quills behind its horns. So I think that's a really cool design. I like Ghidorah with hair.
もともとのギドラの、角の後ろにちょっと髪が生えてるという感じがすごい好きなんですけど、例えば、ユニバーサル・スタジオの、ゴジラ対エヴァンゲリオンの時のギドラのちょっと羽毛が入った感じのデザインも好きなので、基本的にギドラに髪が生えてるのが好きですね。
I'm just going to read this question literally. You might be able to understand it a little bit lost in translation.
Mm-hmm.
Which is better if you draw a cartoon of a monster that is the main character other than Godzilla and Mothra?
I guess they're asking if I were to make like a comic or a cartoon or something, just like a story about a monster that wasn't Godzilla or Mothra. Okay, I think I understand.
That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking.
Yeah.
ちょっと機械翻訳だと思うんでちょっと伝わりづらいかもしれないんですけど、おそらく質問の方は、ゴジラとモスラ以外で、物語を書いてみたい怪獣はありますかというものです。
I think that like a monster to carry a series or something. That's really hard. I think somebody like I usually he's not really a monster, but just make one about Jet Jaguar. Well, I guess that's the singular point anime. Maybe a series about Anguirus would be fun. I think that would be kind of cool.
最初ちょっとジェットジャガーを思ったんですけど、現に放送してるアニメが多分実際それをやってるので、じゃあアンギラスで単独作品作ってみたいなと思ってます。
How would you treat destroy all monsters given the same monsters from the film? I'm assuming that you take that movie, all the monsters, and write your own plot with it.
Oh, I guess. So read it again.
How would you treat destroy all monsters given the same monsters from the film?
Oh, how would I change the story?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that is, yeah, okay.
Destroy all monsters in the video game?
Kaiju Shoshingeki?
怪獣送信劇。怪獣送信劇の怪獣を一旦抜き取ってどうやって再構築しますか？
I would say that how would I change the story if I kept all the monsters? Well, I remember you had suggested something, Kasten. When you and I watched it, you suggested that maybe if the monsters had a little more agency, and if Minira would have maybe found a way to break free and communicate with the humans somehow, or help the humans out, help free the other monsters. Like that would have been a fun idea.
怪獣送信劇の怪獣たちで、ストーリーを構築し直すとなると、ミニアはもうちょい活躍させてみたかったと思います。ミニアが例えば人間たちと協力して、他の怪獣たちを助けるみたいな展開とか見てみたいなと思います。
Well, we're almost out of time, and I found an awesome question that would be funny. Which monster's name do you find the funniest to pronounce or say?
一番発音するのが面白いと思う怪獣はどれだと思いますか？
That's a difficult question. Some monsters, their names can be pronounced differently, just between if you're kind of saying in English versus kind of saying in Japanese. There's a writer named David Callett who's worked on the commentaries to the American Godzilla Blu-rays, and he once compared the name Ebida, because a lot of kaiju names end with Ra. He compared that to being the same as saying Zilla. So it's like Ebida could be translated as Shrimpzilla because it's a giant shrimp.
アメリカ版ゴジラのブルーレイのコメンタリーであった話なんですけど、日本の怪獣って最後に語尾にラってつく怪獣が多いと思うんですけど、英語だと似たような感じでなんとかゼラってなんかよくある怪獣の名前って印象なんです。でエビラってそのノリで英訳するとシュリンプゼラになるなっていう話を聞いて、それが面白かったと思ってます。
That's funny. It's funny to hear it said in Japanese too. Go ahead.
What is your favorite song, theme, or score from Akira Ifukube?
Ifukube. Yeah,
Yes.
you're pretty close. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That was it.
Oh no.
Oh, for him.
Yeah. No.
伊福部、伊福部明さんの音楽でどれが一番好きですか？
I mean, the original Godzilla theme is almost perfect. It's so good. After that, I mean, a lot of the soundtrack from Mothra versus Godzilla is beautiful. He wrote a lot of very haunting melodies for Mothra that are very beautiful and very sad. So those are some of my favorites that aren't just his Godzilla theme over and over and over and over.
もちろんゴジラのテーマはほぼ完璧なんで大好きなんですけど、ゴジラ対モスラでの音楽、モスラのテーマなんかは、美しくも悲しいという印象があって、とても好きですね。
And we are pretty much out of time. This guy took a little longer than the other two because I haven't drawn Dagara in years. But this was really fun. I'm really glad that everybody voted on him. It's a really cool design. Another Nishikawa design. And Nishikawa Sensei worked on this character. Oh, I missed a detail.
もうすぐ時間なんですけど、ダガーラはちょっと時間かかってしまって、他の直前に書いた2つと比べてどういうのもダガーラ書くの数年ぶりで、とてもデザインが好きで西川先生デザインの怪獣なので書いて楽しかったです。
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. We're going to do one more fan-voted kaiju in about 10-15 minutes.
I said 15 after the hour. So.
Yeah.
次の、15分休憩挟んだ後に、第1位のファン投票の怪獣を書きます。
And yeah, I just forgot how to write the number 5. I remember. Okay, so there's Dagara from Mosura 2. I can line it up. And yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and mute, and we'll be back with the next sketch.
Okay. And don't forget to sign out.
The hell is it? Oh, here it is.
You want it lined up with the other one like last time?
Yeah.
I don't know if it can both fit.
Oh, I have to line it up. It's really
Yeah, because
difficult.
it's oh.
Oh, I think we're.
That no, it just the movement
Oh,
opposite
sorry.
direction. No, no problem. Oh, it's good. You can see everything.
Okay.
Just don't bump it when you get out of the chair.
Watch your feet. we're back. And yeah, I wish I could like just go back to playing with Godzilla toys on camera.
Okay,
This is
Matt.
basically what they looked like in Godzilla again. They're just like, oh, drop the stuff.
Okay, Matt.
Yep.
Can you hear me, Matt?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So we're live. So
All right.
you can go ahead and announce the winner for the fan vote.
Okay, so the final winner of the fan vote, because the last one was Dagara. The winner of the fan vote is GMK Godzilla. Got number one. And like I said, I'm glad I grabbed reference material for all of the characters that I voted on. So that's probably why our luggage was an extra 5 to 10 pounds. Yeah, so GMK, Godzilla Mothra King Ghidorah, Daikaiju Sokogeki, Giant Monsters All Out Attack is my favorite Godzilla movie. And I'm very excited to draw this version.
ファン投票見事第1位勝ち取ったのはですね、GMK 版ゴジラです。今回も資料用に、ゴジラストアで販売してある写真本を使います。マットさん GMK が一番好きなゴジラ映画だと申しています。
I like the applause timing with that, although I don't think they're applauding me. So yeah, so I'll get started on this, and we'll go ahead and have Caston read off some questions.
Oh, first one up. Speaking of GMK, what do you think of the original script featuring Baran and Geras and what's that last one?
Baragon?
No, Gotengo.
Gotengo.
That's one I haven't heard before.
Oh.
GMK といえば結局ボツになった一番初期案についてはどう思いますか？バランのが出てるやつですね。
Yeah, I think that original concept is really cool. I would have liked to have seen those monsters. And the Gotengo is the kind of this giant undersea battleship with the drill on the front. But I don't think the story would have been fundamentally changed. I think it's still basically the same story. I don't think it would have been changed very much, and that's okay. But it would have been neat. It would have been neat to see those monsters.
結局採用されなかった怪獣たちを見てみたかったのは確かで、5.5とかも出てるのも見てみたかったのは確かなんですけど、根本的なストーリーは変わんなかったと思うので、まあそのもっとマイナー怪獣が見れたかもしれないんですけど、結局ストーリーは一緒なので、まあこの映画でも良かったなと思います。
Originally, it was supposed to have these very obscure monsters, but then at the last minute they were like, "Yeah, I changed it to Mothra and Ghidorah." Yeah.
Would you ever like to draw the tri-star versions of classic Godzilla monsters like Ghidorah or Mothra?
We'll wait for Ruby to get that one.
I'm trying to figure out if tri-star is also tri-star in Japanese.
Amede Goji style.
Wait. Okay. トライスター版ゴジラやモスラのデザインなんかどう思いますか？
Yeah. So basically they're asking if like there would be how I would design like a monster in a classic Toho monster in that TriStar 98 Godzilla aesthetic. And I think that's kind of a fun idea, but again, you're redesigning monsters so drastically that they might not even resemble the monsters they're supposed to be anymore. So that's very tricky. That's very tricky. I think it could be done just as like a thought experiment. I don't know. I thought about that in the past. I don't know. I don't know how quickly that would make people upset though.
要は98年版みたいな感じのデザインにしてみたいかという質問なんですけど、元のデザインとちょっと離れすぎてるから、それはそれでどうなんだという思いもあるんですけど、まあやってもいいかなという思いもあるので、そこら辺はちょっと良くも、いいとも悪いとも思うという感じですね。
How would you do a sequel to GMK?
GMK の続編を作るとしたらどういう感じにしたいですか？
It's really hard to think about how to do a sequel to GMK because GMK is such a good movie. Well, I mean, I guess you could explore the idea of there being more guardian monsters, more Yamato kaiju, that could be new versions of old Godzilla monsters, of old Toho kaiju. You could do Baran, you could do Angiras. But they also established in that film that there are other monsters out there in the world besides just Godzilla. They even said that like the 98 Godzilla was a part of that universe. So I guess there is stuff you could do with it.
GMK 自体がもう完成されてる映画なんで、これ以上なんか加えたいかとなるとちょっと難しいんですけど、ただ強いて言うなら、もっと他の守護神獣が、キンギドラやモズラ以外も見てみたかったと思ってます。で、あと映画においても他にも怪獣がいると明言されてるので、その他の怪獣も見てみたいと思ってます。
What is the most difficult part as well as the most favorite part of the process of drawing? Have any tips for aspiring artists?
Okay.
Okay, wait.
Go ahead, sorry.
絵を描くことにおいて一番難しいこと、あるいはまたは一番楽しいこと、その2つなんかあります。それは何でしょうか？今絶賛練習修行中の絵描きたちに何かアドバイスありますか
？One of the most difficult aspects of it is also one of the most fun aspects, which is the creation process, the first initial conceptualizations of like, how is this going to work? And trying to figure out the composition and figure out the style that you go with, because once you lock in on something, it starts to, if you find something that works, you run with it, and then it just all starts to come together. So it's like both the starting point is both the most difficult and the most fun.
絵を描くことにおいて、
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
絵を描くことにおいて一番難しい要素は一番楽しい要素でもあって、最初のコンセプト段階の、要素ですね。要は構図とか決めていくという段階が難しいけどその分楽しくもあるという感じですね。
And the second part of the question was tips for aspiring artists. I don't think I said it at the beginning of the stream. I don't think I can say it enough. If I get a lot of younger people messaging me, asking me like, "Hey, can you give me tips on drawing Godzilla? Can you give me tips on how to draw Godzilla better and stuff?" And I'm like, well, the best advice I give you is learn to draw in general. Learn to draw other stuff besides Godzilla, and that will make you better at drawing Godzilla. Because if you learn how to draw animals, learn how to draw anatomy, learn perspective, learn how to draw stuff from a human perspective. It'll make Godzilla scarier. Learn how to draw buildings and people. You can fill your kaiju universe with stuff to be destroyed. You know, it's that's one of the best pieces of advice I can give.
今これからプロを目指すといった、アーティストたちへのアドバイスなんですけど、マットさんの方によく来る質問が、もっとゴジラがうまく描けるならどうしたらいいという質問が来たんですけど、この生放送の最初でも言ったように、とにかくゴジラを例えばゴジラをうまく描きたければゴジラ以外も描けと、他の動物、他の怪獣、他の動物、人間で建物、ビルでといった無機物などを変えていくうちに、その他の要素もうまくなればなるほどゴジラもうまくなるので、とにかく他のものもいっぱい描くという感じですね。
Do you think they could ever continue the Showa Godzilla movies?
昭和シリーズ、ゴジラの昭和シリーズ、これから続編ができる可能性あると思いますか
？We've talked about that sort of idea a couple of times, and I think there's stuff you can do to sort of expand on the story and the universe that they had started. It just you know, it's just a question of like how much further into the story do you go before it stops really being the Showa universe and starts becoming the Heisei or Millennium or anything like that. So, I mean, in a lot of ways, they kind of have continued the Showa story. They've just made more Godzilla movies.
そもそも続編を作れるポテンシャルは十分にあると思うんですけど、ただその境界線が難しいというか、現にバースシリーズやミレニウムシリーズも見方を変えれば昭和シリーズの続編という感じになると思うんで、いろいろ思うところありますね。
What is your favorite rivalry that does not feature Godzilla, such as Manda and Gotengo or Sanda and Gaira?
Yeah.
ゴジラ以外で、東宝映画で一番好きなライバル関係は何でしょうか。例としてマンダと 5.5 あるいはサンダとガイラ。
Yeah, there's Manda and Gotengo, there's Sanda and Gaira, there's Frankenstein and Baragon, there's the giant octopus and everybody else. Yeah, I feel like we never have gotten a really proper reinterpretation of the Manda versus the Gotengo versus the Atragon. I think that needs to be revisited because we only got it like for a couple of minutes in Final Wars, and it's too fast. The CGI is too fast, so you can't really appreciate it. So yeah, I'd like to go back to that at some point. That would be really cool.
東宝映画におけるライバル関係は様々ありますが、他にもフランケンシュタインとバラゴンや、でかいタコとその他大勢とか。ただやっぱりマンダと 5.5 のライバル関係はもっと掘り下げてほしいと思ってます。ファイナルウォーズでも描かれましたが、本当に一瞬で終わってしまったので、もっとそこに、フォーカスした、ライバル関係を見たいと思ってます。
Out of all of the Godzilla kaiju you've drawn for the comics, what is your favorite that you've drawn?
コミックで描いたことのあるゴジラ怪獣で一番描いてて面白かったのはどれですか？
All the kaiju. I had a really good time drawing Batra. Batra is a really fun design. It's very fearsome and very very ferocious, and the design lends itself to being able to draw really to fly really, really fast and attack very ferociously. So yeah, Batra is definitely high on that list.
バトラーが特に面白かったですね。バトラーのデザインはとても、面白くてですね、いかつい感じのデザインなんですけど、同時に早く飛べるんじゃないかというデザインだけで分かるような、見た目だけで分かるようなデザインをしているので、とても描いてた楽しかったです。
Do you ever think that GMK Godzilla counts as Ghost Godzilla since he's made from the souls of the dead from World War II?
It's a fun subject.
GMK 版ゴジラは亡霊ゴジラと解釈したことはありますが、現に太平洋戦争の亡者の魂でできているゴジラなんで。
Yeah, I mean, I've even called him Ghost Godzilla in some of the fan fiction I've written, so it could count as that. I guess if there was a closest thing to like a Ghost Godzilla, that would be GMK Godzilla.
現に自分の書いた二次創作で幽霊ゴジラと呼んだことがあるぐらいなので、実際幽霊ゴジラという解釈はまあ全然間違ってないと思います。
Why do you like Gojira, Mr. Matt?
Oh, that's a cute question.
マットさん、どうしてゴジラが好きなんですか？
I don't know. No, it's like I've never been asked that before. It's just because I liked it when I was a kid. I really liked dinosaurs, and then I discovered Godzilla, and Godzilla was sort of the next step after dinosaurs, like a dinosaur-like monster and dinosaur-like creatures that sort of exist in our modern world, but I think I got it. As a kid, a lot of us liked dinosaurs growing up, but ultimately dinosaurs were just animals. I shouldn't say just animals, but they were animals. They were mortal creatures that, as kids though, they were almost mythological. They were like superheroes and supervillains. And kaiju like Godzilla take that idea of a dinosaur and make it into something mythical, make it into something into like a superhero or a supervillain, or they make it into a monster, make it into something more than that. And I think that is one of the reasons why Godzilla is so cool. It takes something that already existed and makes it even cooler.
子供の頃から怪獣好きだった前からもう恐竜が大好きでして、でまあ恐竜の後にそのまま次の一歩上がるみたいな感じでゴジラが好きになったんですけど、恐竜は結局は現存した動物だったわけで、まあ現実の存在なんですけど、怪獣というのは特にゴジラというのはそういうの恐竜というコンセプトをそのまま神話に持ち上げた恐竜だけどスーパーヒーローでもありヴィランでもあるというコンセプトに、リメイクしたみたいな感じなので好きです。
What do you think about unmade Godzilla films?
結局おぞ入りになった幻のゴジラ映画について思うところはありますか？
I think there's a lot of really cool concepts that did get that got left out, and that maybe we will see and maybe we won't. But that's not to say that I there's a lot of them I really like. Bride of Godzilla is really weird and cool. Trying to think of some others that were never made. There was the Mothra versus Bagan movie that sounded pretty cool. There was a lot of movies that wanted to pit Godzilla against a shape-shifting monster. So yeah, there's just a lot of really cool ideas, and it would be nice to revisit those. Like, it would be really cool to do comics based on unmade Godzilla movies. That would be a really neat idea.
おぞいりになったゴジラの作品のコンセプト自体はいっぱいあって、そのどれも興味深いんですけど、ゴジラの花嫁とかもとても面白そうで好きなんですけど、他にも何度か登場したのして結局実現しなかったのが、形を自由自在に変化できる敵とゴジラを戦わせる映画、そういうのも好きですね。で、おぞいりになったアイディアをそのままアメコミ化するっていうのもいつかやってみたいと思ってますね。
How would you feel if they ever did a scene-by-scene modern remake of the original 1954 Godzilla film?
1954年版の初代ゴジラを現代にリメイクしたらどう思いますか？
I think it would be very difficult because that movie is a product of its time, and it's very difficult to remake something like that and capture that tone. But I think it could be done. It really comes down to whether or not it would be in black and white, because the black and white serves that movie so well.
あの時代はあの映画は、あの時代に作った頃こそうまくいってるという面もいっぱいあって、特にテーマなんかもそうですし、なので現代にリメイクするのはとても難しいと思います。白黒であるという点も実際あの映画にとっては利点になっているので、できなくはないと思いますが、ちょっと難しい課題ですね。
What horror movie monster would you like to see sized up to fight Godzilla in the same vein as Godzilla vs. Wolfman?
昔ながらの、怪物を巨大化してゴジラと戦わせられるとしたら、どの怪物を戦わせたいですかね。例えば狼男とか。
Yeah, giant Wolfman would be cool. They already did a giant Frankenstein's monster. There's some kaiju that are sort of like giant vampires. The problem is that if you look hard enough, you can find a giant monster equivalent of just about every horror movie monster made. Even Godzilla the series has a monster that's sort of like a Freddy Krueger, like a dream monster. That could also be Gabara too. Yeah, that's a tough one because Hedorah is kind of the blob. There's lots of. I mean, they've all kind of been done. I'd have to think about that.
とても難しい質問ですね。狼男とか確かに面白そうですけど、考えてみると昔ながらのホラー映画の怪物を巨大化したみたいなコンセプトの怪獣ってもう結構ほぼ出し尽くされてる。フランケンシュタインなんかそのいい例ですけど、他にも、吸血鬼みたいな性能を持った怪獣も結構ありますし、他にも、98年版のアニメシリーズのゴジラの方では、フレディ・クルーガーみたいな能力を持った怪獣も出てますし、ヘドラなんか、ブロブという映画の敵みたいな感じなので、考えてみると結構出し尽くされてると思いますね。
Yep.
What do you think a Showa destroyer would look like?
昭和版デストロイヤーがいるとしたらどういう見た目になると思いますか？
It would look very wouldn't be as big. The suit wouldn't be as big because it would just be too difficult to make. Showa destroyer. You know what? It would look more like a giant crab.
まず多分当時の技術的にスーツは実際のデストロイヤーほど大きくはないと思いますし、考えてみると多分大きいカニみたいなデザインになると思いますね。
Okikani. That's fun to say. Yeah.
Would you like to work in Toho's transforming humans into the Godzilla series?
Like Ryusei Ningen Zone, I bet.
東宝特撮のヒーローをゴジラの作品に組み込みたいと思ったことはありますか？
I hope that's what they meant. I mean that'd be cool. You could do something like that. Although it's difficult to work a tokusatsu hero character into a kaiju franchise because once you start working heroes into it, it's like, why don't the heroes just get rid of all the kaiju? And otherwise you kind of render the heroes useless.
まあ面白いコンセプトなんでやってみたいと思うんですけど、ただもともと怪獣のシリーズである作品にヒーローを組み込むとなるとちょっと難しいかなと思って、というのもヒーローが いる中でどうして怪獣を倒さないんだという問題も出てきちゃいますし、そうですね。
Considering how down you are for comic versions of unmade Godzilla movies, which ones are you just itching to draw?
Good question.
ボツになったゴジラのデザインで描いてみたいなと思っているのはどれですか？
Well, like I said, definitely Bride of Godzilla. Then there's a lot of monsters that never got to see the light of day, like the first version of Bagan, which is a shapeshifter, turns from like a fish into an ape, into a dragon or something, kind of shifting different forms. Yeah, but the more I think of it, the more I'm just like, man, Bride of Godzilla is such a weird idea. A giant robot woman with a nuke in her chest. Very weird. I want to draw it.
やっぱりどうしてもゴジラの花嫁が忘れられなくて、ゴジラの花嫁は描いてみたいと思ってますし、Did you say バラン
？Bagan. There's an early shape-shifting version of Bagan.
初期案のバガンは形をいろいろ変えられたもので、それも描いてみたいと思いますし、でもやっぱりゴジラの花嫁の巨大な女性型ロボットが過去を抱えてるなんて物語がとっても面白くて描いてみたいですね。
What would a guardian monster version of Godzilla himself be like?
守護神獣版ゴジラがいるとすれば、どういう感じになると思いますか？
I mean, it'd probably look like a nicer version of the GMK Godzilla, less mean.
多分まあ GMK 版をもっと優しい見た目にしたものになると思います。
Which unused Toho Godzilla have you been wanting to draw?
Unused Toho Godzilla.
結局未採用となった東宝のゴジラで描いてみたいものはありますか？
Well, I'm trying to think of which versions of Godzilla weren't used. The artist from Final Wars, the concept artist from Final Wars, had a new version of Godzilla that he drew for the movie that never got used. And it has like red on its chest and really crazy different looking spikes on its back. that is a design that I would love to take a crack at. It's that really would have been a really cool design to see in the movie. But yeah, the unused Final Wars Godzilla design.
とどのボツにあったデザインを描いてみたいかというと、ファイナルウォーズのコンセプトアートで結局採用されなかったデザインのゴジラがあるんですけど、胸に赤色なんかある。あれはとってもかっこいいので描いてみたいですね。
Would you like to work on some stories about Godzilla Jr. after Godzilla vs. Destroyer?
Well, yeah, we answered that one a couple of times.
Besides Big Five of Toho that appeared in the Monsterverse, which monster do you like the best in the Monsterverse?
レジェンダリー版の5大東方怪獣以外で好きな怪獣はいますか？
So the non Toho monsters. I think the skull crawlers are really cool from on Skull Island, and one also appears in Godzilla vs. Kong. These big two-legged lizard creatures. They're just really cool. They're very sinister and very and they're just a really unique designs. I really like them. I think they might be my favorites.
レジェンダリー版です一番好きな怪獣は多分スカルクローラーですね。コングの映画でコングと戦っていたトカゲみたいなデザインがとても好きですね。
Hard to choose. There's so many.
What is your favorite monster roar?
一番好きな怪獣の鳴き声はどれですか？
Here, I mean, there's Godzilla's. My favorite monster roar. Well, I mean, Godzilla's class is really fun. And then you've got Titanosaurus. Sounds like a car trying to start. And then Gigan. I think I just woke up all my neighbors with that.
もちろんゴジラのゴジラの鳴き声も好きですけど、他にもチタノサウルスの車を始める時みたいな音も好きですし、あとやっぱりガイガンの鳴き声も好きですね。
We were sitting here taking bets on whether or not you were going to do the sounds.
I was hoping. My fingers were crossed. Have you ever heard of Godzilla vs. Giant Monster Varan? It was one of the first scripts for the final BS series movies.
ゴジラ対バランの没案は聞いたことありますか？
I feel like I had heard about that at some point and kind of forgot about it. They tried to bring Baran back a couple of times, and they just never could. They never could make it happen because he was such a minor monster, such a minor character. Even though there are people like me who love him because he's got such a cool design, and his movie had a really good soundtrack, and nothing else. I think that would have been really cool, and it really would be cool to bring him back in an antagonistic role of like being something really scary for Godzilla to fight. I want that.
話自体は聞いたことあります。というのもバランは何度か蘇らせようとしたという話も聞いたことありますけど、毎回バランという怪獣がマイナーすぎるのでボツになってるらしくて、ただバランが大好きなので、特に映画本編におけるサウンドラも大好きですし、いつかまた映像作品に出るのを見てみたいですね。
Are you a fan of Monster Island Buddies?
the YouTube channel.
Is that the name of the YouTube channel?
What's that?
Is that the name of the YouTube channel?
It's like a parody Godzilla YouTube channel. They talk about toys and stuff. I'm actually on one of the episodes.
Okay. モンスターアイランドバディというYouTube チャンネルがあるんですけど、その YouTube チャンネルのファンですか？
Yeah, they're fun. I like his channel. He's and I'm not just saying that because I'm on one of the episodes talking about rulers of Earth.
とても楽しいチャンネルで、現に一度出演したこともあるんですけど、そうでなくても好きなチャンネルですね。
Is that it for questions?
Yeah, that's it for questions right now.
Yeah,
Don't have any others.
we've kind of blasted through a bunch of them, and I'm almost done with this.
Left.
Yeah, I'm almost done with this, and then we can show off all the drawings side by side.
Oh yeah, that would be the last 2 minutes of the stream. Just put it all out.
Yeah.
We said this is like the millionth time you've drawn this. You do it in your sleep, you said? You do this the fastest of all 4.
Well, it's just Godzilla.
Oh, it's just Godzilla.
It's just Godzilla. It's just this character I've drawn every damn day of my life for the last 30 years. I love it. This is a good design for Godzilla.
He's a dentist.
You got them big
No
old,
wonder he's so angry, like cracked canine.
big old teethers. Teethers.
I did the same thing that popped in my head.
Where'd you get them teethers?
Same brain.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Anybody else? Anybody saying anything? No. That's probably because they're just like.
Oh, there we go. Older.
Thank God, it's almost over. Yeah.
So we did get one.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of couch would Godzilla like? Totally random. Perfect for the end of the stream.
Sure, why not? Ruby, did you get that one?
ゴジラが好きそうなソファーは何だと思いますか？
He'd probably appreciate a really nice ottoman, something that, but like he needs like one of those long fainting couches so his tail can rest. He doesn't have to fold his tail behind him.
長めで、横になれる、ソファーがいいと思います。尻尾を休めるためにも。
Oh yeah.
What monster do you feel that you don't get requested enough to draw that you wish more would ask for?
Iran.
あんまりリクエストされないけど、できればもっと描いてみたいなと思う怪獣は何ですかという質問にバランと答えました。
Baran and maybe there's a lot of more minor obscure monsters I'd love to draw more often.
ただまあバラン以外にもマイナーな怪獣でもっと描いてみたいなと思う怪獣いっぱいあります。
Any passion projects you like to see the light of day soon?
I think I talk about.
いつか日の目を見てほしい。
Sorry.
いつか日の目を見てほしい。今取り掛かってるプロジェクトとかありますか？
I mean, I'd love to do another Godzilla story at some point, another Godzilla comic. So hopefully that'll happen sometime in the future. So we shall see.
ゴジラのストーリーやってみたいなと思ってますが、まあ、近い未来またできるといいですね。
Okay, I think I'm done with GMK Godzilla here. All right, let's see if we can back this up, and I can Can I raise this any higher?
I mean, I can hold it up, but that wouldn't be very steady. No, this is as high as it goes.
That's fine.
Actually, I can make it higher by sticking it on the stool.
There you go.
Girl.
Well, this is my messy desk. And my Gojihan shirt. Let's aim it. Hopefully this isn't giving everybody vertigo. Hold over here. Oh, move that. Get out of the way. All right. Throw it on the floor. Throw it on the floor.
It's 3 a.m. here, guys, and we've done a con all day as well. So we're going on fumes, but we are excited to be here.
We're very happy to do this. This is a lot of fun.
こう見えてアメリカ今早朝3時で、しかもマットさんイベント終わりです。
But I'm complaining. I just we're doing an event with one of the actresses from Godzilla vs. Kong. That's going to be. Maybe just turn that off.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it evens out the light. There you go.
It's a little yellow, but.
Turn it off. Actually, that's better.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just.
Don't hit it.
I'm not hitting it. I just stop hitting it, Matt. Alrighty, so that's the full Monty there. We finished just a few minutes earlier.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want the laptop in the.
Don't have an option. The camera is attached to it. Best we can do.
Okay. How's that, Ruby, on your end?
It looks pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, I wish that the camera was a little clearer, but you can get a pretty good image of it.
Okay. So the live streaming will be ending soon. So do you have anything? Do you have anything to say for the people watching?
Maybe I can just like maybe I can limbo into the. Hey, how's it going? I'd like to say thank you, to everybody who watched. Looks like we had quite a few people in the stream. Very happy about that. I'm very much looking forward to getting back to Japan. Hopefully this year. We're discussing things like Tokyo Comic-Con and whatnot. So hopefully we'll be there. So if you want to go ahead and translate that part, and I can do part 2.
まずご視聴ありがとうございます。生放送をたくさんの人が見てくれたんですけど、さすがに今できないんですけど、また近いうち日本行きたいなと、できれば今年中に東京コミコンなんかイベントも出てみたいな、早く出たいなと思ってます。
I hope that everybody, yeah, it's all right. I'm hoping that everybody, stays safe in Japan. I'm hoping everybody is able to get vaccinated so we can all see each other again soon, because I'm vaccinated. A bunch of people I know is vaccinated. Cass is vaccinated. Yeah, so everybody please be safe so we can see you again. Yeah.
日本にいる皆さんもどうぞご自愛して安全に過ごして、自分はもうワクチンは接種してあるので、近いうちにまたみんなと会えたらいいなと思ってます。
Be sure, please order Godzilla in Hell, Gojira in Hell, coming out soon. If it'll focus. Thank you, Ruby-san, for translating for us. And thank you, Kasten, for helping with the stream.
I love doing it. And thank y'all for all your questions that I got to read to Matt.
Yay.
Have a good night.
Who's getting translated?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.